is going on, everybody? You see it. We are back. Hopefully everything is going good for you guys on this Saturday. Let me see here. Yeah, looks good. All right, so it's another one of them days, y'all. Today is I guess you could say a little bit gloomy out there. I don't know why this always does that. It like reverts. It does. That's weird. Okay. It's a little gloomy out there, but I would say you got to make the best of it. You know what I mean? You got to make the best of it. It's not always bad. It's not always bad. It's a good time for us as people, just being able to wake up every day and touch grass, as they like to say. So we should be very thankful that we have that opportunity. I want to give a couple special shout outs real quick before we get going. First off, I want to say rest in peace to the one and only legend, Mr. Fat Man Scoop, because I think a lot of us growing up realized the impact that Fat Man Scoop had on the radio. He definitely played songs that are the soundtracks of our lives. He also DJ'd really big special events. He had his signature style, his signature sound. Just somebody that we're so used to. I know there might be younger people that may not be as familiar with Fat Man Scoop, but he was just one of the really great DJs of our time. And everybody knew when Fat Man Scoop was in the building, right? And you knew whatever, even if it was on the radio, you knew it was a Fat Man Scoop track, because you could just hear his signature, Fat Man Scoop, call that he used to do with his deep, aggressive voice. You know what I mean? So once again, RIP to Fat Man Scoop. He had a very interesting, good life, I think, from how we viewed him and how he lived. Definitely gone too soon, though. It's a shame. It definitely is a shame. That's life, man. We never know what's gonna happen, when it's gonna happen. I mean, to die at age 53 is pretty tough. Pretty tough. You know what I mean? I mean, I'm 47. That's 5 years away. I'm like, doesn't feel good. It doesn't feel good. So, but once again, RIP to Fat Man Scoop. So, as with life, on the flip side of things, I want to say, how do I follow up with bad news with positive news? Happy birthday to the captain of the New York Knicks, Mr. Jaylen Brunson. Appreciate you, Jalen. Happy birthday to you. Hopefully you have a great day. Hopefully you do some fun stuff with the family and your new baby. But yeah, man, we're gonna need you. We appreciate you. But this is your time. So listen, everything has happened that it's been incredible for you. It's been a hell of a ride. You've definitely had all the naysayers doubting you. You have stepped up to the plate and quieted everybody, even the people in your corner. You quieted us too, because we thought you were good. We didn't think you were this good. So I think you deserve everything you're getting, everything that's happening, all the hoopla around New York. It's definitely well warranted. So please enjoy this time, Jalen, because when the basketball season starts, back to work, and then the pressure is back. So, but yeah, man, you deserve everything. Imagine that, guys. Imagine being doubted, right? People not thinking that your game is that impressive. Being known as a backup to Luka Doncic, coming over to the New York Knicks, who have been starving for a true point guard for a long time, and not only giving them what they needed, but giving them a star player. Like he answered all the bells, right, and then took it up a notch. So yeah, man, shout out to Jalen Brunson. Not much else we could say. All right. Let's get back to it. Let's see who we got in the building. Shout out to all of y'all today. Happy Saturday. Let's see what we dealing with now, y'all. It is currently 72 degrees in the New York area, going up to a high of 81 degrees. It will be cloudy with patches of sun coming through in the afternoon. Yeah, so that's not too bad, guys. That's pretty good, actually. The next couple days, tomorrow, partial sun, partial clouds, actually, with a chance of rain, 82 degrees. And then the next couple days, 80, 74 on Tuesday, 79, 80. So pretty mild, but comfortable. That Tuesday one might throw everybody because Monday and Tuesday, the lows is 59. So, don't forget to pack your sweaters. It's hoodies. It's hoodie season is coming, y'all. Drop them hoodies. You're going to need them. Don't be trying to look cute out there. Anyway, so that is that. Let's see. Walter Blackman is in the building. What up, Walter? Good to see you as always. Pleasure. Hope you're doing well on this Saturday. Hope the family is doing well as well. Good to see you. My guy, Andios NYK in the building. Salute, Andios. Appreciate you. Peace, love, blessings to us all. Hit that like, subscribe to the channel. Enjoy the show. Thank you, Andios. Appreciate you, my brother. And once again, guys, please support Andios on his journey of blowing that Instagram up, because he has a poppin' Instagram with really fun and insightful, positive things. And he's chomping at the bit. He can't wait till the Knicks season starts. So please go show him some love on Instagram. It's Andios NYK. Salute to my guy, Louisiana Knicks in the building. What up, Louisiana? Good to see you. Appreciate you. He says, salute, Ron. Yeah, man. Always good to have you here. Appreciate you, bro. David Smith is in the building. What up, David? He says, salute to Ron in the chat. Happy Labor Day weekend. That's right. It is Labor Day weekend. Man, these holidays now, I don't know if it's because I'm getting older, but now I swear, up until 2 days ago, no, was it? Yeah, yesterday. No, it was 2 days. Yeah, whatever. Thursday, when everybody was saying, oh, have a great Labor Day weekend. I'm like, what? I don't even remember, bro. It is what it is, man. I got no plans to do anything. I'll just enjoy the day off. So, but that's good. I hope you have a great Labor Day weekend. I hope you do something fun. Even if it's just being able to kick back and drink a brew and barbecue a burger, whatever it may be. I don't know, whatever makes you happy. Whatever's your comfort zone. Uh-oh. There. This is the announcement, the notification. I know what this means. David says it's August 31st, 2024, and the Knicks still have a huge void at center left by Hartenstein. Waiting until the trade deadline is extremely risky and costly. Who knows what Knicks would have to give up? I hear you, David, and I'm going to keep reading your notification because there's some truth to it. Although I don't think the Knicks care, because I think they're always assuming that they're always going to be hit with the Knicks tax. But I hear what you're saying. So, oh, and you already know I got the morning cup of Joe, or Joanne, however you want to call it. You got to get the congestion levels up to the right spot. Margaret Edwards is in the building. Let's go. What's up, Margaret? Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. She says hi, Ron. Kareem Grant is in the building. Salute, Kareem. What up, twin? Good to see you. He says, salute everyone, to my guy, Ron, and many blessings to you and your. Thank you, my brother. Appreciate you. Same to you and yours. David Smith asks, are these Walter Kessler trade rumors new or from an old report? Kessler doesn't make Knicks title contenders anyway. Also dealing with Ainge's highway robbery. No, they are revisited from the old report, but apparently there's some new life to it. And it's not necessarily, I honestly, we're going to go through it, but this is just an organization continuing to kick the tires and make sure that people have their player on on their radar. You know what I mean? Whether they can get a deal done or not, Utah wants to make sure that Walker Kessler is in the minds of opposing teams. If you want to make a move, Kessler's available. So I honestly, I wouldn't, I don't stress this. We're going to talk about it, but there's nothing really new to me. You know, Kessler is a piece that's probably going to get traded, or at least, we know Utah wants to trade him. The Knicks are looking for a backup center, and the Utah Jazz know the Knicks are looking for a backup center, and everybody around the league knows the Knicks are looking for a backup center, and they are probably going to be one of the most aggressive in obtaining a backup center, because not a lot of people need one, and the ones that do need one are not necessarily in contention, so it doesn't matter. You know what I mean? So I don't know, bro, but it is new. It's new information or new life to it. But I just, like I said, I don't really think I wouldn't feed much into it. Danny Landis is in the building. Danny Landis. What's going on, brother? He said, Ron, good morning, bro. Salute from Lucas and I. Salute, Lucas. What's going on, brother? He said, happy Labor Day weekend. Yeah, same to you and yours, man. My guy D-Ras is in the building. What up, D-Ras? Hope you're doing well. Good to see you. He says, salute all. Appreciate you. Q Burrow, mad thorough in the building. What up, Q Burrow, brother? He said, R.I.P. Fat Man Scoop, Crooklyn Clan. Yeah, man. Yeah. It's like certain things, like a staple. Like I hear that. I can't not think of him. Paris Duggett is in the building. What up, Paris? Good to see you. He said, great day when you bend over, touch grass, and pick up your litter. Use the garbage, darn it. I got you, Paris. Salute to you, brother. Hope you're doing well. Hey, Deron Wayne is in the building. Salute, Deron, a member of the SKF Army. Appreciate you, Deron. He said, good day, Ron, and all blessings, and have a wonderful extended weekend. Thank you. Same to you and yours, brother. David says Jaylen Duren, Towns, Anthony Davis, or Nurkic makes more sense at center and make Knicks title contenders. I hear you. There he is, D-Ras with his slogan, black coffee, no sugar with clove and ginger. There you go. Q Burrow says Brunson is a boss. Facts. David Smith says happy birth, Jalen. Have another big year. Facts. Paris says Jalen been in Chicago watching show how you run a team. C22 is killing it. Oh boy. I got you. Oh man, Q Burrow says salute to Ron, SKF crew, and my mom. Hi, mom. Hi, Q Burrow's mom. Mets 2128 is in the building. What up, Mets? Been a minute. Haven't seen you. Hope you're doing well. Good to see you. David Smith says Mark Cuban recently apologized to Jalen Brunson for insulting Brunson's parents. Move on, Cuban. You made a mistake with Brunson. Yeah, I saw that. I think that he needed to apologize. With certain things that never should have been said to begin with, but Mark Cuban, he's very controversial, always has to be in the mix, and I think he was also in his feelings, so it is what it is. But as long as Jalen Brunson's okay with it, I mean, they gave the guy an opportunity to voice his mind and speak on the Roommates podcast. So I guess Jalen was willing to get this. Jalen's a good guy. You know what I mean? He's not a bad dude. So he doesn't want to have any ill will or bad blood either. He may not rock with you like that, but he definitely would want to get the bad vibes cleared up. Shout out to Sha Powers in the building, one half of the Knicks Real Talk crew with my man Divine. Salute, Sha. Appreciate you. Good to see you. Please Support Sha and Divine on Knicks Real Talk. Go show them some love. As you guys already know, I did already put something up on YouTube and on Instagram with the content creator spotlight, and Knicks Real Talk is one of the Knicks channels that we've already gone through. We put up some others yesterday, so continue to support and check out the content creator spotlight. I mean, for a lot of you guys who are, you know, legit diehard Knicks fans and support these content creators and podcasts, you already know these people, right? But there's going to be new people that may not be aware. There's going to be somebody out there that doesn't know too much about the Nick of Time show. You know, you'd be surprised. Or, you know, doesn't know too much about Knicks Film School, even though they've been around for a while and a lot of people know them. Or even rare, but even Knicks Fans TV. There's going to be some people that may not be that familiar with Knicks Fans TV or Knicks Talk in general. You know what I mean? Because you search up Knicks podcasts or stuff, okay, they're going to pop up. But some people may not even think about it. Like, you know, there's younger people that are starting to learn about basketball, learn about the Knicks. Of course, this year, you're going to see a lot of that. And they may now be like, oh, wow, there's these podcasts on YouTube that are talking about the Knicks. You know, I'm so used to watching other stuff. I didn't pay attention. So you never know. That's why the content creator spotlight is cool. It makes sense to once again acknowledge and show love to people that are in this Knicks community, because everybody's doing a great job, and not everybody is getting the same spotlight due to, you know, algorithms and all these other things. So it's nice to kind of put that out there so that people can at least go check for themselves. You know, it's up to you whether you want to do it, but at least you have a reminder. Hey, go to Still Knicks Fans, and he will remind you that there's a lot of Knicks channels out there that maybe you're not aware of. So, yeah, no rain. That's good. At least facts, David. Shaw says, salute chat, salute panel. Appreciate you. Let's get it. L, damn it, is in the building. That's right, folks. L, damn it, is here. A member of the SKF Army and the social media manager of Still Knicks Fans. Appreciate you, Al. Thank you for doing what you do and being who you are. Just Knicks is in the building. Salute. Appreciate you. The art man, formerly known as Steve, is in the building. What up, man? Oh, speaking of that, art man, I know we talked about it before I mentioned it, but we're gonna have to, you know, revisit the whole idea of doing a giveaway. I know you said you might, consider donating a piece of art, which would be great. I'd love to kind of get that talk going because we are ready to start getting into some giveaways. So that would be cool, man. You guys, if by the way, guys, if anybody's interested in hitting me up, you can always hit me up at stillknicksfans at gmail.com. Stillknicksfans at gmail.com. Even if you spell it wrong, doesn't matter. Stillknicksfans at gmail.com. It'll still work. So you'll get me. All right. So Art Man, you know, hit me, email me, man. We can get something going so we can kind of figure that out. Because I would love to start doing giveaways. And hope you're doing well. Hope your family's doing well as well. And Mrs. Artman is doing well. Prezi the boss is in the building. Salute, Prezi. He said, happy Saturday, Ron. Same to you, brother. Dwayne Dennis is in the building. Salute, Dwayne. Happy Saturday, everyone. Same to you. We got Prezi says the Knicks tax is so real. It is real, so it doesn't matter if we do a trade tomorrow or in December, but Leon is waiting until then to potentially flip Precious and some picks. I think that has a lot to do with it. I agree with that. Jabroni Z in the building. He said KBD can be traded after September 6th. Don't be surprised if he's included in the trade with Kolek and a couple picks for Kessler. I mean, listen, I would hate to see it, but I wouldn't be surprised because I think Kolek is going to be a pretty damn good player in the NBA, and Kolek definitely fits the blueprint of what Utah likes. Like Kolek is that throwback type of guy that Utah was used to, that they miss. Excuse me, so I wouldn't be surprised. I hope that the Knicks are playing so well that when they make a decision to make a move, they have different pieces that they could offer, that it doesn't have to be a Kolek. But if you're dealing with Danny Ainge, if Kolek is the name he wants, then Kolek is the name he's going to get, or the trade ain't going to happen. And that's the problem with Danny Ainge. When he wants, I mean, it's fair. If you want something, you want something. But it just stinks because other people might just say, well, if the value is there, I'll take this player. Danny Ainge is, that's who I want. That's who we're going to get. I mean, you got to respect it. It just stinks. But we'll see what happens. Prezi says Walker Kessler, Jaylen Duren, and other thousands of centers are not going to move the needle. We drafted and traded Duren. Why didn't we keep him? Because we needed to. The trade with Duren was to give Detroit something for taking Kemba Walker off our hands, so that way we could free up the money to be able to add it to the pot to bring in Jalen Brunson. It was a favor, and I think that's one of those things that some fans miss with regards to these negotiations. Sometimes it's a trade because both teams have a need. Sometimes it's a favor, right? The Detroit and Joe Dumars did the Knicks a favor. We had a really good working relationship, maybe too good, and that's part of the reason why Joe Morris is not here. I mean, Joe Morris, what, the giant halfback? Joe Dumars, I'm tripping. That's part of the reason why I think Joe Dumars is not, still a big piece in the organization over there, because the way he did things was a little bit questionable. You know what I mean? He made a few moves with the Knicks, but he also made some other moves that I think they questioned. And just the style of the way in which the organization was going wasn't where they wanted it to be. They decided to make a change. But while he was there, he definitely was a familiar face for the Knicks organization. He worked a lot of good deals for us out. But that was the thing. That was a favor deal. That was, we will, get you who you want with this pick if you do this for us. And that's where it landed. I don't think the Knicks really wanted to trade Jaylen Duren, but would you rather have Jaylen Duren or Jalen Brunson? That's what I mean. Listen, there's no easier way to say it. That's what it is. That's what it boils down to. They wanted Jalen Brunson. They had to figure out how to get enough money to be able to afford what they were going to offer him. Kemba Walker had to get off the team, and no one was really taking Kemba. So Detroit decided to help us out, and so we had to do them a favor. There you go. Now you know. It is what it is, man. That's basketball. It stinks. The business stinks sometimes, but it worked out. Because, I mean, without Jalen Brunson, would we even be talking about this Knicks team in the way we're talking about it now? I don't think so. No matter how good Julius Randle is, he needed help. He needed someone else, and Jalen is the answer. I think a lot of these guys need help. There's a lot of guys out there, the stars of the league, that are doing it, but they haven't been able to get that success. They would be much better with a Jalen Brunson on their team. So, Met says, salute Ron. How are things going in a deal of pain after getting the toenail in my left foot completely cut out? Yes. Oh, okay. Dealing with some health issues, huh? Well, I hope you're doing better, brother. Yeah, that probably stinks, man. That's going to be sore for a little while, but it'll pass and you'll be good to go. Corey Lee is in the building. What up, my brother? One half of the 718 boys in the building with my other guy, Bully, on the Blorens Tears Network. Salute to you, Corey Lee. Guys, please support and show them love. They're usually on Sundays and in the morning time around 10. And as I would expect, you're going to see a lot more of their content once the Knicks get up and running, playing some basketball. So he said, "Peace and salute, Queens is in the building, and the 718 boys are in here too." Facts. Keith Watkins is in the building. Salute. Greetings from ATL. Salute. Deron says, "Leon is a cool cucumber. Don't be concerned about the backup center. Julius played the 5 with LA and New Orleans. Be patient." All right, let me see here. Prezi says, "We can always get better, but in my opinion, our current roster is good enough to be a title contenders. We're running it back with more pieces. Out of all the teams, we'll be coming back with continuity." The C word, it's back. Yes. Jabroni says, "Knicks are title contenders without a major center trade. We don't need AD, Cat, or Duren to win the chip. An adequate center like Valanciunas or Kessler will do." I hear you. Paris says, "That's big that Mark Cuban and Jalen got down with each other." Yeah, I guess it needed to happen. Plus, Jalen, like I said, Jalen is a good dude. He doesn't need that negative stuff around him unless it's just nothing you could do about it. Yeah, I'm sure he's like, okay, it is what it is, but all right, let me kind of speed through a little bit, get to other people that are here. Kerry Cox is in the building. Salute, Kerry. What's going on, my brother? Appreciate you. Good to see you. Okay. Yes, you gotta love giveaways. That's a fact. Animal Lex is in the building. Salute, Animal. Good to see you. What's going on? Hope you're doing well. He says, "Salute, everyone." The coolest 718 is in the building. Salute. Appreciate you. Good to see you, brother. No, Ron didn't say that, Parrish. D-Block in the building. What up, brother? Hope you're doing well. He says, "Salute everyone, Knicks community, and my brother Ron. Good to see you, bro. Hope you're doing well." My guy Space Ghost is in the building. What up, Space? Says, "Salute Ron and SKF family." Yes, sir. Ruben Nunez is here. What up, Ruben? Good to see you. He said, "This is our year, baby." Yeah, I'm with you. I like it. I like it. Hey, thank you for the generous super chat from the art man, formerly known as Steve. Good to see you, brother. He said, "I'm down. Let me know. We'll do stuff in regards to the season. Multiple giveaways. You get some art. You get some art." Oprah voice. You get some art. You get some art. That's dope, art, man. I appreciate that, man. And I'm sure the Knicks community would definitely appreciate it, bro. D Cool says, "RIP DJ Fat Man Scoop." Yep, facts. Prezi says, "Duren is a project." Oh, wait, hold on. He said, "I forgot about that. The Detroit trade. Thanks for that. But my point is, we've drafted a lot of the players and traded them. So if they were so good, even if they are, we would at least stash them." Yeah, I mean, for the most part. But remember, this is a Tom Thibodeau team, and Tom Thibodeau wasn't always the most willing person to develop young talent. So you got to kind of go with what your coach is too. If we had a different coach that was more willing to play younger guys and watch them figure it out on an as you go basis, then they have different mentalities. I think the Knicks do certain things as basically to accommodate what the team looks like, but also to accommodate the coach and his style. And Thibodeau's just not that type of guy. So I think sometimes we've decided to move on from young talent because it just wasn't really going to get a lot of playing time here in New York, right? And then obviously we made other decisions because of money and or people not developing at a fast enough level. So I think that you got to factor all of that in, Prezi. But I think Jaylen Duren is good, man. He's already a double waiting to happen. He's already had a good amount of double doubles this past season with Detroit, a bad team, right? And I think that in time, he's just going to continue to get better because his trajectory is not unlike Mitch Robinson's trajectory. But the problem is, but the difference is Jalen's hitting it faster than Mitch did. Like Jalen is already, Duren is already ahead of Mitch when we had Mitch at that same age. You know what I mean? So I don't think that you have to worry about if Jaylen Duren came here, the Knicks would be fine. I don't think that's the issue. The only issue is really what you give up for a guy like that. Because if Detroit views him as a talented player, excuse me, let me mute. Sometimes, man, I'm telling you, you know what you do when you get that congestion from the milk and stuff that's in the coffee and the ice? You drink more of it. That's right. Anyway, so but I think he would be fine. The other thing too is the Knicks are in a really good position with whoever they decide to add to this team. We're already a good team, guys. We already got a good amount of good pieces. You bring in one piece that may need a little bit more seasoning, but he gives you what you're looking for. That's all that matters. Whether you go with someone like a Duren, someone like a Valanciunas, someone like a Kessler, or even someone greater than that, which I don't know if there's many. Well, Karl Anthony Towns, for example. Like, but when you get into the Karl Anthony Towns bag, then you're talking about trading Julius Randle. That's a whole nother thing. So I don't know about that. Lady and the Chef is in the building. What's going on? Appreciate you. Hope you're doing well. Good to see you. Please support the Knicks Chicks on YouTube, guys. That's Lady and the Chef and Diva Locks. Show them some love. And continue to support all of these content creators that we have in our Knicks community, man. We got some good ones. And they will be a part of the content creator spotlight very soon. So I guess you can check for that. All right, so thank you, Lady and the Chef. She says hit that like button. 82 in the chat, 22 likes. Do better, y'all. I appreciate you. Yeah, I know the Fat Man Scoop thing. I mentioned it a little earlier. Yeah, it's sad. It stinks. Yeah, David says Duren averaged 14 points per game, 11.6 rebounds, and only the year number 2, and only 20 years old. Very athletic, who can handle the ball and pass it well. He's going to be really good in this league. Shout out to OG Face in the building. What up, OG? He said, "What's up, Ron? Salute to the chat. We got a killer team, but we desperately need a backup center like a Walker Kessler, Bismack Biyombo, Jaylen Duren, Davis Bertans, or Orlando Robinson." Listen, you're not going to hear me say you're wrong. We do need a backup center. I'm just more in the realm of let's see what we got, how they play together, and then figure out what type of backup center we want to bring in. You know what I mean? I think the Knicks need to figure out what style of play. They kind of already know the style of play, but like how the style of play is going to translate on the court, with all the pieces. How does it look? Do you continue to play the same style that you had last year, or does it change a little bit? And if it changes a little bit, now what do you need that center to do? Do we still need a center that can pass the ball, open up the lane with some mid-range or long-range shooting, or does it not matter? Because you notice that you guys already have created a lot of spacing amongst yourselves that it doesn't matter. You can get whatever's available. Because that's the thing. The Knicks may play the first month of the season, for example. Now, we know when the trade deadline is a couple months after that, but the Knicks may play the first month of the season, for example, and notice that even after adjustments, after people starting to get comfortable, there's poor spacing. Like there's just no way around it. And that's when you may need a stretch center, a stretch big to come in. So like I said, I just think the Knicks want to, see what they got, how it looks out there, and address the concerns adequately. Like, okay, we don't just need a backup center. We need a stretch. Oh, all right. No, we're good. We got great floor spacing. We're putting up a good amount of points. We don't need a center that's going to give us too much. You know what I mean? That's all I'm saying. So we'll see. Victor Rivera in the building. What up, Victor? What up, B? What's going on? He said, salute, brother. Besides all the center talk, where do you see this team going long term as far as roster changes? I mean, outside of the center talk, this roster is straight. If you ask me, you've got a possible all-star at 4 positions in your starting lineup. Jalen Brunson, Mikal Bridges could be an all-star. OG Anunoby could be an all-star if healthy, you know. Julius Randle could be an all-star. And then you got, if healthy, Mitchell Robinson gives you very adequate center play. You know what I mean? And then off the bench, you got Josh Hart, Dante DiVincenzo, Duce McBride, and you still figuring out what you're going to be getting from Precious Achiuwa another season, what Jericho Sims might bring to the table, and you have not even touched any of the younger rookie players like the Koleks of the world. I think the Knicks are cooking. I think they're cooking. The only position they really need to focus on is the backup center position. Because the other thing too is not only do you have these type of players, but the Knicks have addressed from 2 years ago whatever weakness they had. And actually, if you want to go deeper, from 3 years ago, the Knicks have addressed all their weaknesses. We didn't have a true point guard. We brought in Jalen Brunson. We didn't have good floor spacing to create an open lanes. We got rid of Emmanuel quickly and RJ Barrett and brought in OG Anunoby, right? Who is around the perimeter, which allows Jalen Brunson more room to do his thing, but also allows Julius Randle room to do his thing, right? So that's one thing you did. The other thing is you lacked height at the small forward position. You wanted to bring in a 6'8", 6'7", 6'8" type of guy who can guard, taller players, but also give us more length, right? You did that when you brought in OG Anunoby. Then we noticed that when we played in the playoffs the previous year, Miami Heat bombed us away with threes. We couldn't keep up with them. What they do? They brought in those type of players that I mentioned, and Duce McBride stepped up and became a better three-point shooter. And then the Knicks wound up being one of the best three-point shooting teams in the league, right? Not the best, but one of the best. And we changed our style of play. So I think they have pretty much one more thing. And we wanted to get better defensively, right? They did that automatically when they brought in OG Anunoby. The whole team got better defensively. Now you bring in Mikal Bridges, who's another 6'6", 6'7" type player. Gives you a little bit more length once again, continuum of length. And he's one of the better defenders in the league. So when you look at it, outside of that backup center position and losing Hartenstein, the New York Knicks have addressed every position of weakness that they had. And while doing all of that, having your core unit and strengthening the core unit, you also add 4 young players that fit into that style of play going forward with Kolek, Daddy Hukporti, and McCullers. I don't know, guys. Leon Rose is cooking. I don't know. He is cooking. We say it, but he's really cooking. So shout out to him. All right. I think I've been yabbering for a good amount of time. Let me put this this link out there if anybody wants to jump on the panel and chop it up. There you go. And let me just say what's up to a couple more people that may have popped in. Shout out to all of y'all. I see we got 105 right now watching across all platforms. Thank you guys for being here. Please smash that like button if you haven't already done so. If you are on X or Twitter, whatever you want to call it, please share the link for the program so other people can know that we are here rocking. I know, and please do me a favor. If you haven't already subscribed, please subscribe to the channel and show your love. And tell a friend who tells a friend who tells another friend, man. You know, we are growing and trying to get to our numbers and to our goals. We are on the road to 3K before the season starts, but the season is right around the corner, 30-something days away now. And the pressure is starting to mount. We are at, I believe, 2,890 subscribers. We are 110 away from 3K, y'all. So please share this with your peoples. Let them know that, Still Knick Fans is a channel they should check out, and would love for people to like and subscribe and come on over, man. Be a part of the SKF army. And then we're on the road to 5K at the end of the year. But one step at a time. Let's get to 3K first. You know what I mean? But once again, thank you guys. Let me see here. Let me see. Here we go. Knicks will be 2025 26 champs. I would rather trade for Duren than Kessler. I hear you. Shout out to you. Good to see you as always. L says, where's the hearts at? It's free 99 to press the heart. Show some love. Appreciate you guys. Thank you, L. Jeremy Nussbaum is in the building. What up, Jeremy? Good to see you. Always a pleasure. My guy, JJ, fellow Met fan in the building. What up, JJ? Salute, Ron. Happy Saturday, bro. NFL less than a week away. NBA will be here soon. Beautiful time. Yeah. We are cooking. We're right there. My guy Freeman 48 is in the building. What up, Freeman? Hold on. Salute to you. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. B Willis is in the building. He said, Ron the Don, what's good, bro? What's going on, B Willis? Good to see you, bro. Who else we got here? We got Dunross Gallman in the building. What up, Dunross? I think I got everybody except Nick Yak in the building. What up, Nick Yak? Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. He said Payne can't be traded a vet on a 1-year contract. Okay. All right. Okay. I think I got everybody. And if I missed anybody, please understand it's not for lack of trying. I just may have missed you out there. So, man, there's some stuff going on. Wow. I don't know what's happening, but man, looks like something's going on with X and Brazil. Apparently, X might be getting banned in Brazil. Oh, that stinks. That's not good. I hope that's not the case. But that would stink. And I want to shout out to my guy, Victor from Brazil. I haven't talked to him in a minute, man. I hope he's doing well. I see he's starting to put more content out. We got to collab again. It's been a minute. I got to check on how he's doing and see how this affects him, because I know he's definitely on X with his content as well. Yeah, I got to reach out to him today. I will do that. All right. So I got somebody backstage. Let me bring him up. He's not a blast from the past, but it feels like it because I haven't seen him in a little bit. Nets.
Hey, man.
What's going on, buddy?
Not much. Just looking at this new book I got last week.
Okay.
I know what it is.
What is it? Cooking price-wise, huh? Nice. So are you learning how to cook some new meals and stuff?
Yeah, I'd already done one recipe, a little snack that I made the other day.
Nice. That's good. That's good.
Got this at a horror convention of all places.
I guess they sell everything.
Well, actually, Vincent Price's daughter, Victoria, was in town. She was signing autographs.
Oh, okay.
Books.
Nice. That's cool. Hey, man, listen. Knowledge is knowledge, no matter what it is.
Mm-hmm.
So that's good. And plus, I mean, listen, if it helps better you, why not? We all need to learn how to be better at everything that we can do. It's going to sustain us, and learning how to cook more recipes and more things is definitely going to sustain you, brother. So
yeah,
keep it up.
On that, I had to get my toenail removed yesterday.
Yeah, I read that. Yeah, that must not have felt good at all.
It doesn't.
Yeah, I'm sure it does not. Well, hopefully, like you take whatever medication for it, and I'm sure they gave you something to put on it. So hopefully, it kind of numbs it while it's healing and getting back to where it needs to go. But yeah, you won't be the first, you won't be the last. Especially that's something that athletes deal with a lot. I hear. They get that turf toe, and then the toe gets blacked up because of the blood and all that stuff. They got to remove it.
In my case,
sorry for the squeamish.
Or in my case, the new toenail gets connected to the old one for too long.
That happens a lot. Ingrown toenails is a common thing that happens to people, no matter what, whether you're an athlete or not. But they do say a lot of that does take place when you damage your feet. So like if you're running and you happen to stub your toe, you'd be surprised that an ingrown toenail can come from that. That little action right there it can do it. So yeah, man. But just be careful out there. Take care of those feet. You're gonna need them.
All right. As for
wait, 1 second. Shout out to Craig in the building. What up, Craig? Good to see you, my brother. All right, go ahead. What were you gonna say?
I mean, I've heard the rumors about the whole AD trade not happening. I mean, in many ways, Boogie Davis is just as much of a glass cannon as Mitch is. The only reason that Boogie got as much productivity as he does is because he's on a crap team in the Lakers that was designed to be a crap team by LeBron, because it's full of a lot of old guard players.
I kind of agree. I don't think I don't know where some of this stuff comes from, guys. I know people make their own stories sometimes, and just like we're New York, there's stories that come out of New York that come out of New York, like no one else has said, right? But there's stories that come out of other places too that no one else has said that they're saying. Since when did AD become the perfect fit for the New York Knicks? Like, where's this coming from? Like, come on, man.
Not to mention, the contract would be an albatross if we were to pick him up.
Right. And my whole thing too listen, now don't get me wrong. I do notice that AD was fairly healthy last year. He played a good amount of games.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm not trusting AD. AD, you talk about Glass Joe. I'm not messing with AD. He's a really good player, has really good, numbers, and has great ability. I don't know. I just think that's too much. I think that's the old syndrome of trying to get the best possible player that money can buy at every position. And I don't necessarily that's not something I agree with. I think you need to get what fits your roster, what makes the most sense. It's not about spending the most money and trying to get the most overpriced players that you can get to win a championship. I don't agree with it. And I think I wouldn't want the Knicks to fall on the sword of thinking AD is the last final piece. He's the answer. And then he gets hurt. And then you got Mitch hurt too, because there's a really good chance that you could bring an AD here. That's even if you can get AD with Mitch, because you might have to trade Mitch for AD. That's how good AD is, right?
Then again,
even if you have both of them.
Then again, I wonder.
Now, I was going to say, even if you hold on 1 second, Mets. I was going to say, even if you have both of them, you could have both of them on the shelf and have no center. So I don't know.
My thing is, I wonder if this whole fan base and if even the front office all suffer from a severe case of chronophobia. The fear of time.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I get that. That makes sense. I mean, listen, I think, but I don't think there's. Well, it's tough to say that because I know there's a lot of Knicks fans that have been waiting forever for a championship. 50 plus years is a lot.
I mean, you could say the same thing with Islanders fans. 40 plus years for a title.
Right.
Rangers fans, 30 plus years. Mets fans, 40 plus years. Jets fans, 60 plus years or thereabout.
I see your point. So I just think that we got to let it cook, right? We got to let it cook. You guys remember, and I'm not a Yankee fan, but I mentioned this, I think was the last week or the week before. Yankees tried to get the best team that money could buy, and it didn't work for them. And then they realized, hey, we need a combination of our farm system as well as good talent that we can acquire in free agency and put it together. And they did it, but it also had to cook. Those farm system players had to come up and be ready. Bernie Williams, Derek Jeter, they had Jorge Posada. They had to be ready. And they let them get ready. And they were great. I mean, great. Today you look at not to go off on a baseball tangent, but look at the numbers of how these teams play today and the wins and stuff. And then go back and look in the 90s when the Yankees were in their prime with that combination. Look at how many games they won. I mean, that's how you do it. That's how you put it together. And it doesn't matter what sport. You need a combination of young and, semi-veteran type talent. Sometimes you might have an older guy on there here and there, but you got to get the right mix. You got to have professionals that know how to play the game that are already solid and young players that can grow into a role and be good at it. That is the key to championship teams. Like if the Knicks go into this season with Mitchell Robinson and he gives them good health, whatever good health means, 60 games played and the playoffs available, whatever it means, right? And you get a backup center that's adequate, that can spell Mitch when he's not in the game, and Jericho Sims has like a breakout season, the Knicks are winning the championship. I'm telling you right now. Jericho Sims has a breakout season, and they get a good backup center. I think the Knicks win in the championship. I'm telling you that right now. But that's the type of stuff that you need to go right in order to take you over the hump. But we'll see what happens. Let me get my other guy in here.
I'll be right back.
All right, no problem. Looking very astute with his glasses on. Oh no, he took the glasses off. I want people to see how astute you look. Look at this. Look at this guy. Look at him. What?
You get the glare from the camera. So I hear you. So what's going down?
What's happening, Sha? How you doing, brother?
Everything is good, man. Like you said, it's a pretty okay day out here in New York. If you're in the New York area, in that Flatbush area, you know about Juve starting up from yesterday, and stay safe out there, stay diligent, and on the walk to the parade. The Eastern Parkway parade. Stay safe and stay diligent.
Yeah, I was actually supposed to be at the parade today with my job, because we are in the process of negotiating some contracts for some city workers, and it's always good to get out there and get your voice heard and show unity and stuff. But I said I couldn't make it, guys, because I had to be here for Know the Ledge. That's my dedication. It's my dedication.
Brian, not to get too in depth. What you are part of, like 1199 or something?
You could say that, but I'm not with them. We're a different organization. We work with the doctors.
Okay, all right. Okay, that's cool. Cause 1199 has something out there today too. I thought you, since you said that, because I was supposed to go too, and I ain't making it.
Really? Yeah.
They got something out there today. Fight for equality or whatever crap is called.
Yeah. And plus, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I can't be, I told y'all before, I can't be taking no chances, and people gonna be all clustered out there, and the C word is still rocking. I'm like, I'm good.
I just got off of having it maybe about 3 weeks ago, 2-3 weeks ago.
Yeah. So you know how it is, bro. It's just, it's out there.
Yeah. In the field that I work, sheesh.
It's hard to avoid, brother. I hear you.
Yes.
Shout out to Building Blocks in the building. Salute. He said, I am extremely worried about Mitch. I know some of his injuries worried about being brittle, but overall he has bad luck. Yeah, he got some bad juju, and it's not the Julius Randle. He got some other juju going on. I hope he can break that, because you could tell when someone just has some bad luck on their side, man. He worked hard to get back after missing 50 games, was playing well, tweaked something, worked on a little bit, and came back, right? And then you get the Joel Embiid stuff. Had nothing to do with him. That's how you know, like, sometimes it's just rough. It's rough. Shout out to Wesley Robinson in the building. What up, my brother? He said, I'm checking in from Strong Island, New York, the home of Rock Kim, EPMD, Public Enemy, Dr. J, Danny Green, Jim Brown, Craig Mack, Biz Marquis, Rock Marciano, and the countless others. Salute, Ron. Appreciate you, Wesley. I know you probably feel a certain way about this Fat Man Scoop news too, man. Just the pioneer of what he did, man. It stinks.
That's devastating, man.
It is what it is, man. This is our life, man. We get older now. We're starting to see it. Yeah, it stinks. Yeah. Okay. So, that being said, let me see. Tehran Mosley in the building. My dude, Sha, salute. What up, Tehran? Good to see you. Let me see here. Okay, I think I got everybody. Oh, wait, hold on. Hector Gaston is in the building. What up, going, Hector? You know, listen, every time I see Hector, I got to think of my guy. We got a close friend of the family that we haven't seen in a long time. He had the same name, Hector. So I always think of him when I think of seeing your name. Appreciate you, Hector. He said Python lock defense #1 in the league. Yeah, I hope you're right, brother. I think that could be the case, man. That definitely could be the case. Okay. All right. So, yeah. This center stuff. Let's get the we could talk about AD a little bit, get the AD stuff out of there. What's your thoughts on AD? Because he's not one of the centers that I'm highlighting today, because I don't really feel like the AD stuff is real. And I don't want to get too invested in it on my end. But how do you feel about AD? You think that he's the guy? You think this stuff is real? That the Knicks really targeting him?
I don't know. This is the off season, and the Knicks are tied to anybody. But I will say this: I'm going to reiterate something from Raw Hebrew, where he calls him Anthony Ambulance. I love when he says that. You know what I mean? Because he is in that ambulance club of walking by a table and hurting himself. So, but even with that being said, this guy is all-star. He is a superstar. You know what I mean? This guy is, if you put him on the Knicks and if we're talking about OG Anunoby and Mikal Bridges and being out there with him, that makes the team extremely strong. But with him is also another health issue, so that is the downside to what he has done. I think last year he played one of the most games he played in a long time. I think he played almost 70 games or something like that last year. So to have him on this team, and if we could get him for 65 games plus the playoffs, that's a run to the championship for sure. I mean, that means that you alternate the unit now. Now you have Mikal at the small forward. You bring DiVincenzo or Josh Hart back in at the 2 with Jalen Brunson at the 3 and OG at the 4. Whoo, man, you talking about defensive presence. Boy, oh boy.
I mean, it's true. It's true. I mean, he definitely, listen, no one can question the man's talent. He's gifted. He's a beast. It's just, my whole thing is like, I just don't know if I'm a team trying to get away from the injury bug, right? Trying to make sure that, my whole thing is, you need a backup center to help spell Mitch, but you also need a backup center because of Mitch being, out a lot. Why would you want to go get another guy? 1 year removed. Last year was a really good year for AD, but I can't forget his track record. You talk about a guy who's always hurt. AD's always been hurt throughout his whole career. So he scares me just from that reason. Because the other thing that is, thing about it is, as you get older in the league, the wear and tear on your body, usually that's when more players start that don't even get hurt a lot. That's when they start to get hurt as they get older and they put more time on them legs and stuff. So you trying to tell me that, in my mind, I shouldn't think that there's a chance that AD could get hurt again this year? I mean, he's gotten hurt prior to that, and now this is another year. Like, that's, especially for a big man. Big man's, they put a lot of wear and tear on their body, and they're susceptible to getting hurt. So, and I just think that, plus, let's not forget, Tom Thibodeau makes these guys work. It's not about, and I don't want people to confuse that, it's not about playing a lot of minutes. It's Tom Thibodeau makes you work. Like, I need you to move around. I need you to do this. I need you to be here. I need you to do, like, Tom Thibodeau makes you work. That's how some of these guys have gotten better. That's why they had some of their best seasons ever under Tom Thibodeau. He makes you work. And not that AD has to do much on the Tom Thib, but he will have some great numbers on the Tom Thibodeau. Tom Tibbs is going to use him to the best of his ability, but he's going to have to work. I don't know, guys. I don't know. But yeah, that's just my opinion about it. Would I be mad if he came here and we didn't give up a whole bunch to get him? No. But my whole thought is
you figure it'll probably be Mitchell Robinson and Julius Randle and probably one of the young guys. You know what I mean? Kolek, Deuce, McCullough. It'll probably be something in there. And if we have any picks, there was some big thing out there with a 3-team trade, but it was still giving up too much from us. I think DiVincenzo was in that thing, but I don't see that happening. But if you're talking about Mitchell Robinson and Julius Randle and maybe let's hypothetically say McCullough. No, not let's say McCullough. Let's say Kolek. Is it going to be worth it? It may, because we do have backups for the shooting guard position. We got Payne, we got Deuce, we got those guys are gonna, with Kolek in the mix, there's so much stuff that we have to think about. Who's going to be that first person off the bench? Is it going to be Deuce? Is it going to be McCullough? Is it going to be the left hand awkward shooting guy that I just said his name and I can't remember it? And I mean, alleviate some of that pressure from one of those guys gives another guy opportunity on the team. You know what I mean? So it's hard to see him go, or if they do make a trade like that, which I don't think that's a very major trade, and especially that trade would have to happen at the trade deadline, which means we're halfway into the season. December, January, something like that. So I don't think that'll happen. But if it does, I'm not saying I'm opposed to it. You know what I mean? But if we could get a healthy year, if everybody underestimates this guy because of his health, but you also have to look at Embiid. Embiid is a top-notch superstar, all NBA, all NBA, but he has health issues. You know what I mean? And he is in that same ambulance thing like this guy would be. So, and if you bring him from the West to the East, he's one of the best centers in the East, bar none. You know what I mean? He's him and Embiid will have the battle not for points, scoring and rebounding, just to have 64, 65, 66 games played and plus the playoffs.
Right. That's true. That's fair. So let me bring my guy up. I got another guy backstage who is always super, super busy producing and putting out content for this Knicks community. You know what? He don't show up for everybody's show. And so you got to feel special when he has the time to pop out and show love, considering everything else he gets himself caught up with and his own programming throughout the days. So let me welcome my guy. Make sure he's good to go. You ready, brother? Yeah, he ready. Let me bring my guy in here. Some say he's the hardest working man in the Knicks community. They call him a lot of things, but one thing you better call him is the #1 chief rocker in the building, Mr. Lawrence Tears himself, Uncle Freezie.
Yes, sir.
Hey,
Salute to the panel, Mr. Sha,
my brother.
Yes, sir.
Ron, man, it's an honor. It's a pleasure to be here, man. I heard you rocking earlier, man. Man, you probably got like the dopest content going, bro. Appreciate you, bro.
Thank you, man. Thank you for being here as always, man. I'm honored to have you on. I know everybody's got busy schedules, so anytime someone's available to pop in of your stature and the guys we have in this Knick community, listen, I'm always thankful and I appreciate it, and I love the conversation. So I'm happy that you're here.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. I love this. I love this spot right here. I generally don't rock. Historically, I don't rock on Saturdays just because, you know, we rock for 6 straight days. You got to take at least one day off, you know. But yeah, man. So are we talking about trading Randle? Was that what I heard?
Well, we were talking about Anthony Davis. So in reference to him, yes. And we will probably talk about trading Randle again when we talk about this other big man. But that's not what I want to do. But these are just the options that are out there. And certain guys, there's just no way you're getting them without trading Randle if you want that guy. So,
well, you can get other guys without trading Randle. You can.
Oh yeah, but no, not these two particular. Like AD, I don't know how you get him without Randle going.
You can look at trading Brunson, right?
Ooh, ouch. Uh-oh. Hold on.
Yikes.
Freezie came in and dropped the bomb, the smoke bomb. He disappeared.
and I love Jalen Brunson, bro. By the way, I'm just saying I don't want to trade any. I think our roster is absolutely perfect. Right? So not to move away from the content. I don't want to be a fly in the ointment. But just based on how I feel as a Knicks fan and not a content creator, I feel like this is the most perfect roster the Knicks have ever had. Ever.
As far as I can remember.
Ever, bro. This roster is so perfect. And I think we internalize some of our flaws and think that those flaws for certain players have to be addressed and or fixed. When we don't realize in the grand scheme of things, no NBA roster is going to have player 1 through 15 be 99 rated. Right. You're not just going to have a 90. You're not going to have a 2K roster of 15 guys rated 99. Right. You're going to have, for the most part, a championship team is going to look like what the Knicks look like right now. You know, if Mitch shot threes, will we be having this conversation? Or if Mitch made threes, you know, maybe 1 or 2 threes per game. Would we be having this conversation? Probably not. But is he at fault for being great at his individual archetype, defensive, rebounding, mover, screener type guy, a complementary, right? You know, I feel like the roster is great, but I do feel like I heard what you were saying leading up to this, bro, and I felt like where you were going with it was intriguing on that intellectual. It's like you pulled me out of this thing. I was like, yo, I gotta go get on with Ron right now.
Well, I mean, listen, I hope that's the type of conversation we can have, because I think that we are in a situation where first off, for a lot of Knicks fans who are a little younger, may not have experienced the 90s or even prior, this is the best you've ever seen. You've never seen something like this from the Knicks. So you, in some cases, you don't know what to do. You're like, well, okay, we look good. All right. But we got to win it all. We need to get this. We need to get that. And it's the mentality of, you got to have the best in order to get it done. And you don't. You really don't, because we've watched other teams win the title without having the best put together roster. You know, it's about having great player. How do I say this? Players that's
role players.
How do you? Okay, no, it's about having players that can provide great moments. That's what I'm trying to get at. That's all you need. You need more than one, but you got to have players that can provide great moments. And anybody can do it. We've seen the freaking guy come off the trash heap. You know, somebody could have been packing groceries. Somebody, you know, whatever. They have their moment, whether it be any sport. The John Starks never got us over the hump, but you know, we saw some really good things come from him and where he came from. But we did see it happen.
But
from
he
a
gave
guy
you the most juice for his squeeze.
Correct.
John Starks, undrafted,
Correct.
journeyman guy, come to the Knicks, and we develop him into an all-star caliber guy.
Right. Exactly.
It's a
And
similar
even
story with Hartenstein, almost.
yeah, Hartenstein's another example of that. And I hate to have to correlate another sport to it, but it happens more in other sports too. But like Kurt Warner, Kurt Warner was in the grocery store packing groceries and doing whatever he was doing. This dude won a Super Bowl.
Any Yankees fans in here? Y'all remember the guy Alfonso Soriano? You remember Soriano used to play in Japan before he played for the Knicks. I mean, for the Yankees. I'm sorry. Alfonso Soriano used to play in Japan, a late bloomer, and then he has that 2 great years in Japan. Yankees sign him, and all of a sudden he's like, you can trade. I think they traded their top prospect Homer Bush, and then I know people don't remember Homer Bush, but they traded Homer Bush so that Soriano can play.
Yeah,
but if I could just make a really quick point on what you said though, about or what I guess is what I said about the roster, and then but I think the roster is so perfect that we legit can have 7 guys on this roster in a postseason award conversation. You got Dante and Josh Hart in the 6th Man of the Year conversation. You had Brunson, Mikal Bridges, Julius Randle, and OG Anunoby in the All-Star / Post Awards thing. And you got Mitchell Robinson, if he stays healthy, can be in the Defensive Player All NBA. So you got like 7 dudes on the roster that could be in the postseason awards conversation. And we've never been. The mere fact that the Knicks could legit have 4 players in the All-Star conversation is mind-boggling. And it's a credit to what Leon Rose, Tom Thibodeau, Worldwide West, Brock Aller, and all what they've done, that you can have 4 guys in the All-Star conversation. Most teams don't have 4 All-Stars, but we understand that we have 4 guys that are that good that they can be in that conversation.
Right. Yeah. Going back to what I said earlier, and obviously you're echoing the same sentiments. Leon Rose and the front office have been cooking. They put together a really good roster, and it's just a great problem to have, because we already talked about it. Having the players that are going to play, and then on the bench you got adequate bench rookie pieces that may not be ready right now, but they've shown they've got the hint of talent that they could be something special later. Like it's not easy to put something like that together. I think sometimes people take it for granted, especially coming from where we've come from. It's a testament to good front office work and belief from Mr. James Dolan too in them, and giving them the what they need to get it done. So yeah, I think the Knicks are in a great spot. And as I said before, I think the biggest thing is we are in a position where we can wait and see. I know some people don't believe it, but I'm telling you, I don't know where all of the fright and the fear comes from.
Facts.
But the NBA season has to happen. There's games that teams play that their best players were on health and safety protocols, or they were getting those days of rest, and those teams were still winning games. We watched teams like the Memphis Grizzlies, not last year, but the prior year, just for example. There was a point where people were like, man, is Memphis better with Ja or without Ja? Because they was winning games like running through the league without Ja 2 years ago. Like you build the team right, and you still get production that works for your team and continues. The other thing too is, if people are saying that this is a 60-win team, everybody who's talking about the Knicks, everybody says we're at least a 50-win team, right? At least 70. Then people are saying 55, 60. Some people are saying 65, 66. If you think the Knicks could win that many games, do you think that there are not going to be moments throughout the season where they don't have the combination of their core players at different points? You're going to have to win without those guys. So I think that there's no reason why you should be stressing the fact that we don't have that backup center right now. This Knicks team can still beat a lot of teams in the NBA without that backup center. That's all I'm trying to say. So give it a moment, give it a beat, and let's see what we got going, because I think one thing we've learned about this organization, this front office, is they're very patient. And at some point, we got to be patient like them because they're not going to do what they're not going to do. They're going to see what they got. Let them cook. Yes, exactly.
Hey, Sean, did you hear the music? So I think Ron is in love with music. Did you hear him make the reference to games people play? You remember that when I don't know if you remember that coming on the radio or not.
Games people play.
Oh, hey, New York City, stand up. New York City, stand up, man.
See that? I'm not even thinking about this. Freezie be catching stuff. That'd be natural, man.
Yeah, man. Yeah, that used to rock on the radio, man. Shout out to WBLS and is it WRKS or WKRS Kiss FM? Which one is WRKS Kiss FM?
I forgot what Kiss was. I know it wasn't 98.7.
Kiss.
Yeah, 98.7, right?
They used to give out the Kiss card. Used to come through your hood in the white van. Give out the Kiss cards.
Yep. 98.7 Kiss, and there was 107.5 WBLS.
WBLS.
I love it.
Yeah, man.
So you know what? Let's do this. Let's continue with the center conversation because this is the people that I've seen being focused on lately. And I just want to pull up the numbers so we know who they are and what they've done and see how they can fit this Knicks team because there's different styles of centers. And, you know, we may not need the home run hitter. You know what I mean? Other teams need the home run hitter because they don't have, you know, much else to go off of. The Knicks are in a great position. We got a lot of good pieces at different positions. Let me see here. Let me get my guy in here while I'm pulling this up. Make sure he's good to go.
You reiterated a very good point though, Ron, about us from 3 years ago filling in a lot of the positions that we had. So I want to give you props on that because that's what we did.
Yeah, no, definitely. Shout out to my guy Jay Boogie in the building. The closer is in the building. What up, Jay Bugs?
Man, what's good with my brothers, man? I see my brothers, they rocking, doing what they doing, man. I had to pull over for a minute just so I can say hello, man. Blessings, just make sure blessings is heading towards y'all way, man. Blessings to the chat, everybody rocking and viewing. Make sure you hit that like button. Make sure you subscribe, you share and everything. Appreciate the content being provided by any one of these guys when they speaking on any show, if not on their show. Make sure, you know what I'm saying, you're supporting because they doing it not for themselves. They doing it for you all, man. I'm good, man. Just wanted to rock up here with y'all for a few minutes, man. See how y'all doing, man. What's going on, Mets hat? I see you back there doing what you do.
Hey, Boogie.
You in the truck, bro?
I stay in the truck, man.
Grinding, bro.
I stay in the truck, man.
Grinding.
I stay in the truck. I got 4 homes, man. My home, the truck, and on any show with y'all.
Bim.
And in the studio. Those are my 4 homes.
And make sure y'all check out Jay Boogie, all Jay Boogie stuff on all streaming platforms, man. We got to support each other in order to get support for ourselves, man. It's a loop, man. Support somebody else and they're going to come back through and support you too. Man, support Jay Boogie. Yeah. Jay Boogie put out so much dope Knicks content, man. He is the conduit between us as the Knicks content creators and the Knicks organization itself and the Knicks fan base, man. So stay plugged into Jay Boogie, man. He's doing this thing from his heart. You know what I'm saying? It's like John Q, man. It's like from heart to heart, man. You remember when that was the saying? Remember when that was the saying, heart to heart? Remember that? We used to say that back in the day. You know what I'm saying? So, and I love that brother with all my heart, man. I think about Jay Boogie not all day, but every day I think about Jay Boogie because of our experiences when we go to live events and when we jump in and y'all see us in these little boxes on your screen, man. So salute to Jay Boogie, man, and everything that he provide for Knicks Universe, bro. It's amazing what he provides. You don't get to see it unless you see him live in person, how people gravitate. Bro, when people look at Jay Boogie and they have that star look in their eye, it's like, yo, Knicks fans, when they see Jay Boogie, bro, some people, it's like they looking at Prince. And I can't believe it. And it blow me away. It blow me away every time I say, hey, yo, every time I see it, I'm like, really? This a 65-year-old man legit is looking at Jay Boogie with a tear in his eye. And it blow me away every time. And then I'm like, nah, man, that ain't real. That ain't right. And then I go and then I see it every time we go, whether we in Atlanta, or Charlotte or DC or Orlando, no matter where we go, bro, it's the same thing, bro. Shout out to my guy Jay Boogie, man. Shout out to my
Appreciate
guy
it,
Jay
man.
Boogie.
And I can't wait to see some of you guys, October 6th at that
October
preseason
6th.
game, that opener, man, that opener gonna be there. Unfortunately, I'm not gonna be able to hang out after
Right.
the game, but we definitely gonna mingle inside the building because like when the Hornets play, I have my family. My family, they always go with me to the Hornet games and to whatever game I go to in New York.
Right.
And they allow me to go hang out at in Atlanta or Orlando by myself. Yeah.
Orlando.
But when they come to Charlotte, yeah, the little missus has to get her rah-rah on. She loves the Knicks too, you know what I'm saying? And yeah, my baby, she's a Knicks fan. My wife, she's a Knicks fan. I mean, my whole family, we Knicks fans, you know. And that's not because I am. They just gravitated on it to them by their own, you know, especially my little one, man. But yeah, I can't wait to see what the team look like October 6th, first hands, you know what I'm saying? Or, you know, just to be able to view and see, you know, this is what we know is expected to come, you know, like, you know, but to actually see, okay, what are y'all chemistry gonna work on? What is it gonna look like? You know, to actually see like two, you know, we got the two best wing probably defensive players probably since Scottie Pippen, Michael Jordan. You know what I'm saying? Probably since then. And we got a great general running the show, and we got a great power forward on his way back to outprove some more doubters, some naysayers and stuff. And then we got a whole team, man. I mean, a complete roster. Even without the extra big man right now, we got a complete roster where nobody this is the year they really don't want to play against us.
Right.
They really don't. And that's the thing about it. And Vegas has us up there, top 5. I think the top 3, I mean, 3, 4, and 5, I think they got pretty much the same odds. If Vegas say we are what we are, then guess what? That's what we are. Because Vegas is looking to make money. And they got us up there with money. And you could tell the difference. All right, like the tickets in Charlotte, they ain't more expensive for regular season.
Yeah.
The tickets in Atlanta, they're more expensive than they ever been, you know. Yep. And unfortunately,
and both them teams is trash.
Yeah,
but in Atlanta, when you think about it.
But the thing is, they know that big mob coming through. They treating us like a big mob.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So that's great. You know, like normally, you know, ticket prices is different high. They high in the Garden depending on who's coming. But now we getting that treatment when we going into their building. The Knicks is coming. Raise that stock. You know what I'm saying? Because they pay attention to how we travel. They pay they coming? Yo, raise that stock up. So that's all that is. There ain't nobody traveling the roads like the orange and blue people. Nobody.
Was last year the first time we've swept the Hornets in I don't know how long.
Yeah. And they're gonna get the broom this year, bro. They're gonna get the series, they're gonna get the industrial warehouse broom this year. Hey, Ron, can I speak to your center point though? Because I know you was mentioning center point, right?
Oh yeah, definitely.
I think there is a center in Knicks training camp that's gonna bust onto the scene like Sha, you remember that rap group EPMD?
Of course.
Remember they had this song called Knick Knack Paddywhack where they put a young rapper from Long Island on there, and it was like, we just gonna throw him on here and see what he can do. And the dude just jumped on the beat. He was like, I ripped the beat like a pit bull terrier. Something, the more the merrier. And he was just going on. And we was like, who is this light-skinned kid that's spelling out words in his rhymes and all that stuff? Come to find out, he was on their roster coming up, and turns out the dude wound up being K-Solo, Kevin Madison, right? I think we have that type of dude on our roster right now with a dude named Ariel Hukporti. And I'm not saying this because we have him, right? since draft night, a lot of us, what we went back and did is looked at all his tape and how he moves on the floor.
Yep.
Right? Like, who was this kid, Ariel Hukporti? I never heard of him, blah, blah, blah. And what we look is when we see Ariel Hukporti, we see a guy, and I know this is going to sound crazy, and it sounds like something that's elementary, but we see a 6'11", 7-foot guy with a feel for the game, right? Like he's got a like that feel for the game. Like when you know how to do something, nobody has to explain it to you. It's like driving. It's like when you drive in a car when you know how to drive, somebody more experienced than you don't have to tell you how to drive, right? You know what I'm saying? Hukporti can catch the ball in traffic, right? He's thinking about the move that he's going to do when and if he gets the ball in a certain spot. So he don't get it and then have to think about what his next move is, and then the defense collapses and then he have to kick it out. He's thinking steps ahead. Now, some people will say, well, that may mean he's moving a little slower. He's not quicker. And I'm like, nah, that just means he's deliberate, because there's a difference between being slow and being deliberate. Like this guy, like when you watch Jokic is not fast, but he's deliberate. He's thinking steps ahead. He's manipulating the defense with the way he moves his body and stuff like that. I'm not saying Hukporti is going to be Jokic out the gate, but what I will say to that is if that floater, y'all remember the floater he kept missing in Summer League, the one it just constantly hit off the front of the rim, front rim, back rim, come off. If that starts to go, bro, I think the Knicks are just going to step away from the center market, because he does everything else. Remember in Summer League, he had to split time in Summer League because the Knicks were not totally interested in winning games, even though they wanted to win, but they also wanted to see what personnel they had, right? You had to see what can Skapensev be? What can that other guy be? You know, he was in that trying to split time. Bro, when you focused on winning now, like when the season starts, when you just focused on winning, I think if given a chance, that's another R&B song reference, Ron. I know you don't know anything about Babyface.
That's Baby.
You don't know
come on now. Come on now. Come on now.
But given a chance, I think he will be a very, very, very pleasant surprise to a Knicks fan base that is anticipating great things from the established things on the roster, right? It's like you know how you go out to your steak dinner and the steak dinner is fantastic, and then they're like, hey, Mr. J Boogie, sir, man, you spent over $400. The chef in the back, he said he had a special recipe he has a special apple pie recipe he wants you to try for free. And they bring that apple pie out to the table, man. And it's like, it's about the size of a tire. And then they put that vanilla bean ice cream. They get that scoop for that. And you like, golly, I done had a great dinner and you bringing out apple pie a la mode. Oh boy. I think that's what Ariel Hukporti is. It can be for us if given the opportunity to sharpen up those skills that are slightly off, because he's playing against a higher level of competition and has to make the adjustment over time, right? Is he a rotation player right now? No. But should he be in that building with the Knicks in training camp? Should he break and be available to Tibbs after say 10 or 12, 10, 15 games in the G League? Yes, I think so. I think so, because the alternative is trade established guys and assets for a guy that may give you the same output that Ariel Hukporti would provide if you just let Ariel Hukporti cook for a little bit.
That's great, Freezie, because that's the same thing like Ron says. Play it out. Let's see what happens. Those 10, 15 games are something similar to what Ron is talking about and how I feel about not jumping to, like Ron says, the Knicks don't just jump out there. Oh, we got to go get them. Let's spend 17 first-round picks. With Leon Rose, they're a little bit more moderate, a little bit more patient, Let's see what can happen. We noticed that with the Kimball Walker and Alfred Payton. They didn't want to make that trade. Let's see what happens.
Evan
That ain't
Fournier,
happening. Let's
we
get those guys
so
out
we
of here.
traded for
You know what I mean?
Evan
Let's get those
Fournier.
guys out of here. So I'm in the camp of seeing what he can do this year. No question.
Yeah. I just think it makes a lot of sense that they would feel that way. Plus, the other thing that we talked about, because we've had a chance to really talk about this every week, because it's an ongoing thing since they haven't addressed that backup position. The other thing is we talked about, you got guys who are working on their games. You got a guy who is already a professional basketball player in Hukporti, to what Freezie is saying. And you got a guy like Jericho Sims who's working on his game to try to see what he can add to the Knicks this season. How do you really know what these guys can do if you don't give them an opportunity to go out there and play a little bit? Like, you want to wait until you bring somebody in and say it doesn't work out, or Mitch goes down, and then you have to use these players? Or Tibbs is like, well, I got to bring you in. What do you mean you can't do it? Because you haven't had time to play. I need you now. And then if these guys can't step up now because they haven't been afforded the time, then you wind up watching Tibbs do what he did last year and playing guys out of position, excess minutes. Whereas if you give them a shot to kind of see what they've been working on, how they fit right now, can they acclimate to the team, you at least know what you got. If it don't work, then okay, I got to make the move. I got to do this. But if it does work, say, to Freezie's point, like Hukporti, for example, that we talked about before. Like, Hukporti is not even the same player he was before. He's not even the same height he was before. He was listed as a smaller height. He's a 7-footer now. Like, things have changed, and maybe he fits the mold of what the Knicks are looking for. So you don't have to go out and get these guys. And that's assets you can hold on to for a later time, for a better need. Like, you got to let it happen. Let's see what it is. And I just think that we are not in a position, and there's no need for anybody to panic. We got some time to see and see what it looks like.
Right.
But we'll see. Anyway, but one of the guys that has been brought up, and this is not something that the Knicks can go out and get right now anyway. This is probably more of a trade deadline move or somewhere around there, is Jonas Valanciunas, right? And so let's just look at Jonas's numbers real quick. This is his numbers with he's with the Wizards now, but he was with New Orleans when he put up these numbers. So from the center, he's a true 7-footer, 12.2 points per game, 8.8 rebounds, 2.1 assists, 0.4 steals, 0.8 blocks, 55% from the field, basically 56%, 30% from three, and 78.5 from the free throw line. That's a really nice number. I like to pay attention to points, rebounds, and free throw percentage, but blocks and stuff is always good, right? This is a gentleman who obviously has been in the league for quite some time. He's 32 years old, but he hasn't really missed a beat as far as being consistently a contributor. His numbers have dropped because he's no longer a focal point of whatever team he's on, but he still puts up really good numbers, and it's adequate. Now, the Knicks would have to trade for him, at some point to be able to get him. But he's definitely somebody that is apparently on their radar, their real radar, guys. So, how do you guys feel about the idea, if they do make the move for a center, of a guy like Jonas Valanciunas? I'll start with you, Freezie. What do you think about Jonas?
Does he have any brothers?
Yeah, I don't think he does.
You see how I throw the music references out there all the time?
Yeah.
I'm excited about. I trust Worldwide West in the front office, right? I trust Brock Aller. So if they feel like there is a analytic niche that Jonas Valanciunas falls into, I trust it. My consternation begins with what we pay for him, right? Are we paying? Is the price Mitchell Robinson? Is the price Duce McBride, Keita Bates Diop, and others? Because in a perfect world, people will give us discounts on everything. In the real world, you have to pay fair market price, right? And so, if we're just talking about, if we could add Jonas Valanciunas for free, I'd be so excited that I just can't hide it. I would probably lose control, and I think I like it. Right? I'd probably be in that realm, right? But if you're saying we have to do addition by subtraction, like somebody has to go, then I'd probably be a little sad, right? Because who would go in that deal? Because I think he makes what Ron, was he make 18 million?
It's somewhere around there, 15 or something.
Yeah, I think he's
around that. He's around that price.
Yeah.
He was looked at when everybody was ready. He's 15, 16, I believe. 17, maybe even 18, but he's definitely a double-digit money market guy.
Yeah. So now we're talking about Mitch.
You're mute, Ron.
Damn, it's so sensitive, this thing. I don't even know how I hit it, but whatever. Now with his new contract, thank you for that, by the way. His cap hit is it's actually kind of favorable. The cap hit is 9.9 million for 2024-25, and then 10 million for 25-26, and then 10 million for 26-27.
Oh, that's cheap.
That's a pretty cost efficient contract.
That's not bad.
I was surprised by that too.
Yeah,
I thought he was like 15, 14, 15.
I thought he was like 18 million.
He probably was prior to it, but this new extension he signed with the Wizards, it's a lot more team friendly.
So
that's why
3 years, 30 million.
Okay.
That's why, right? That's why you're a high commodity now.
Yeah, that's why we so high on him, man.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Yeah. I mean, hey man, can we find the money to get him? Would we have to do like Cameron Payne, Keita Bates Diop, and the money we have available? Maybe some draft pick?
Probably you'd have. I mean, technically, I don't know if they would want that, but that, and if we weren't that close, you could swap out or add Precious, because Precious is at like 6 million. He easily gets you closer to that Jonas number. Yeah.
I like Precious.
My view of that contract is it's a decent one. I mean, again, we can't afford to keep playing guys out of position.
We can't.
Wait. Who's talking?
I am.
I couldn't see you. I didn't know. I was looking at your New York Giant belly.
Giants jersey talking.
There you go, brother.
Talking.
Yeah.
I mean, you are you having is your foot hurting?
A little bit, but not too much anymore.
I dare you. Okay. Yeah, man, that's a pretty cheap contract, Ron. I didn't. Yeah, that's pretty good. And those numbers, I mean, for that money that he's making, those are pretty decent numbers. And those are like real numbers. Like he'll give you that. Those are that's his game. So it's not a bad move if the Knicks need to do that. But remember, there's only one option.
Does that mean that he starts now over Mitch?
Ooh.
He's a starter, bro. He's an NBA starter.
He is a starter. That's what I'm saying. Does he start over Mitch? He's only 31. He's still in, semi-prime. He hasn't had much time on the court because of the team that he played on. But I'm saying he still has a starter ranking. He's 7 foot, big guy, can score the basketball, can grab rebounds, not so much a block shot specialist and not like that, but he can defend. I mean, he's a big guy, and he can make the pass. He starting? Is he starting now over Mitch?
I think they probably would think to start him, and I think they would find a way to make Mitch okay with it. Mitch is just he can't argue too much. His game is what his game is, and even though he's proven to be adequate as a starter, he understands that the point is to win a championship, and I'm sure that that's what they would express to him if they brought Jonas in. Plus, I'm sure the bench mob would really make it enticing for Mitch. Like, oh, Josh Hart and Dante be like, yo, come on, man, you know what we could do? I know they would get him hype somehow for that. So if he's a starter, he's a starter. It is what it is.
Hey, Ron, would you consider letting them go to training camp and battle it out for the starting spot. Or for the sake of speeding up the process in a championship year, not risking a training camp battle, establish all your starters in rotation right away, and then build chemistry based on your starting unit.
That's the way that I would think they would want to go, period. Like I think, and with Jonas, they have no choice because they can't trade for him anyway. He just signed that extension, so they got to wait
Until
few
December,
months.
right?
Yeah. So either way, it's the same thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
What's your thoughts, Jay Boogie? How you feel about Jonas fitting on this team? Oh, before you say that, let me just shout out Jay Chosen in the building. Jay Chosen 1. Good to see you, man. Thank you for being here. He said, I'm in the music game. I'm digging what Unc is chatting about. Facts. And shout out to my social media manager, L, damn it, in the building. She said, you know it's dedication when your girl is listening and at a salon getting her hair done. I'm just saying. Appreciate you, L. Get hair done, nails done, everything done. Get it all. You know what I mean? Do what you got to do. She said today's show is fire. Appreciate you.
Yeah.
All right, Jay Boogie, what's your thoughts, brother?
And you know what? Honestly, where I'm at, man, I think it's two things with Leon Rose, man. He know the team needs, and he know the fan base wants and needs, and he listens. You know, matter of fact, I'm gonna start calling him Leon Rose, aka the plug, because all he does is plug. He plugs everything, every piece, every situation that we need. You know, when we had them young guys quickly and all of the young guys and everything, and everybody like, oh man, is he going to take time away? And he plugged Derrick Rose. That was for leadership and guidance. That was a plug.
Yeah.
When we needed a point guard, and so many years we done without it, what he do? He got Jalen Brunson. That was a plug in. He plugged that situation. Then we needed, you know what I'm saying, a backup shooting guard. I mean, then we needed somebody that can run the floor, can play like 2, 3, we could play at least three positions. That was Josh Hart. That was the plug. Plugged in. Then you needed another shooter. You know what I'm saying? Because Grimes really wasn't panning all the way out. What they do is go get Dante. That's a plug-in. So now he listened to us, and we all talking about we need 3-and-D play, wing players, and all this and that. What he do? He went plug. OG. He plugged in. He plugging us, and he listening, and he hearing, and at the same, but he knows what the team really needs. And then to make it even fit even more, okay, let me go plug in a 2-guard on this team, and at the same time, I plug in this 2-guard. I'm gonna take and plug this bench back up with the guy that started last year that was crushing as a starter in Dante, but now he gonna come off that bench, and I'm gonna plug that bench back how it was before. So just hearing how we talk about this guy for a center, you know for a fact that Leon is gonna plug something in that center role. And I can't wait for the deadline because he's a deadline killer. You know, he's batting 1,000 at that deadline. He's not missing. He's not fouling out. He's not striking out. You know what I'm saying? And when he gets on base, he's Ricky Henderson and he's sliding in the second and waiting to come home on a base hit. So I just can't wait to see Leon Rose continue on doing the work. I feel so great as a fan knowing that we got the right personnels all over the organization, whereas I think this might be the happiest James Dolan has ever been. And he's deserving for having somebody up under him that can handle his money and his business and not just do whatever I want to because this guy got a lot of money. He spends this money was needed and was necessary, and everything he's done is proven to be facts on the court for the team and everything. So all the players that we talk about and everything and that we want, just know for a fact, Leon is going to plug something in by that deadline. I'm okay with right now. Let me see how everything works.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Because you always want to keep plan B. Forget plan A. Plan A, that ain't nothing. Because
Everybody got a plan A. Everybody has a plan A.
Everybody has that, but not many teams, many people have a plan B. Right. Necessary if I have to, a plan C. If that plan A falters and it don't work, you know what I'm saying? And he doesn't put himself in that position where if this doesn't work, I'm unable to go do something else. You know, he got everything plugged in, man. And I'm just happy for him and everything. I'm happy for the squad. And whatever he does, I'm riding with it. I'm riding with it because he has proven me. He's proven nothing else but proving that he might be our greatest he might be the greatest executive we had. He might be.
That's fair. That's
fair.
He's
not done. He's not done. He's not done. And he's on championship radar. The championship is definitely on the New York radar. I hope everybody feel like that. It's in sight. It's in vision. We coming. We are coming for a fight. The Final Four is going to be a fight. That's the Eastern Conference Finals and the Western Conference Final. Let's go, baby. Let's go. But I gotta put this truck back in gear, man, because I'm here on the time. I took a 30-minute break and logged out and everything, so I gotta log back in. But you know, I couldn't log out, you know what I'm saying, and hang out with a bunch of people like you guys. That's, you know what I'm saying, that's even better. No, only thing, y'all are my family, and I just enjoy hanging out with y'all, man. I can't wait to see some of y'all October 6th, man. I'll be right down there.
I just want to.
Go ahead.
No, I just want to say I appreciate you, Jay Boogie. Before I forget, I wish I could be in attendance for October 6th, but I'm actually supposed to be heading to ATL for a wedding about a week and a half later.
ATL, talk to him.
Yeah, so unfortunately, that's kind of taking precedent over
when are you heading?
else.
When are you heading down to ATL? Because I'll be down in ATL next month. Queens get the money. Queens Day is coming.
Yeah, salute to the
No, I'll be October 18th or 18th and 19th and 20th and something like that around there. Yeah, I think those are the dates. Yeah, or 19, 20, 21, something like that. But yeah, man, I wish I could be with y'all.
Hey, you always with us. And you even with us even more when you're not with us, because we know that you're doing something that's gonna make us all stand out even further. That go for all you guys. You know, Freezie, you know what I'm saying? And my guy Sha, you know, shout out to Real Talk, you know what I'm saying? Even Metch. You know, when we're not together, you know what I'm saying? We're all
bro, I'm gonna be with you, bro. You got to get me a Randle armband. Remember last time we was together? You got that Hartenstein. You remember Hartenstein gave you the sleeve?
Yeah, and I lost it. I lost it, bro.
Yo, me and Jay Boogie was together, and Hartenstein gave it. And yo, I was gonna ask him for it, but by the time I got to ask him for it, man, it was already.
I wish you would have asked before. Matter of fact, I lost it. I lost it up in that the Jordan store.
The Jordan store, yeah.
Because like I'm gonna miss going to Charlotte. I hope they continue on with that, but I doubt it. But the Jordan store that he had in Charlotte, the prices that he had in there was lower than the street values.
Yeah.
And every time I went up in there, you know, I always, you know, made sure I grabbed my baby some sneakers. You know what I'm saying? From up out of there. But while I was in there, man, I lost that Hartenstein, man, you know what I'm saying? But now I don't feel too bad about it, you know what I'm saying? He don't win. He's you know, we at war right now. We're gonna cheer him when he come back. Appreciate you, man, but we're trying to knock your helmet off, man.
Right.
And that's my prediction. That's my prediction. I said it before. I gotta be in the New York Knicks and the OKC in the finals come this year. That's my prediction. You know, that's what I'm riding with. You know,
Shoot, I almost forgot. And don't forget, guys. Listen, it ain't happening yet, but it's gonna happen. You're gonna see as we get the season going, that media blitz is gonna start to happen because we need to get Jay Boogie at the Garden at 12 noon performing. We back on Christmas. The media blitz is gonna happen. You're gonna see the Knicks community come out large, and we're gonna be, you know, throwing all of we can behind getting Jay
Speaking
Boogie
it
out
into
there.
existence.
And now a lot of us won't be making the call for the game on Christmas, as most of us are going to be spending our time with our families.
Yeah, I might be there at the game with Jay Boogie though.
Well, I can't. I'm too far off.
Start the run now. Don't wait till then. Because one thing about it, one thing they kind of like repeat what they do far as the people they have there on Christmas. But what I told them 2 weeks ago, I understand whatever you do is whatever you do. But yo, ain't no other team got an anthem like this. And this is 4 years. It's 4 years. You know what I'm saying? That song that me Cully and Papa Left we did the fans deserve. Everybody deserves to know the Knicks have a Christmas anthem, and you know what I'm saying. And just put us on the floor. If you can't put all of us on the floor, if you put me out there on the floor, that's great. I'm representing them. You know what I'm saying? Even if you play the video, that represents, but let that Christmas anthem be heard. But I'm not just shooting for the Knicks. I'm aiming for SNY. I'm aiming for, MSG. Anything far as anywhere, getting that Christmas song amongst any of that right there is great. I know I'm performing somewhere at a watch party in New York. I know that for a fact. I don't know where yet, because I'm waiting for everybody to come up with their ideas on what they're doing. So I know I'm going to be performing somewhere at a watch party opening night in New York. Our first game in New York, I'm going to be in the city. I'm going to be at the game. So I don't know.
Indiana, this for you, Indiana.
Yeah, this for you.
I see you back there, Jay. Hang tight.
I thought we were playing the Spurs on Christmas.
Yeah, that's what we got.
Opening night. And he's just right.
Yeah. And shout out, you know what I'm saying, to Stephon Castle. You know what I'm saying? Our people said his nephew, he's gonna be there. So, you know what I'm saying? That's a great thing, and they trying to promote what's his name? I can never say his name.
Wembyana, the Wembyama Rama.
They trying to promote this guy to be the face of the league. And I think that's a great opportunity for him, because we're gonna need a new face. I really, not to, slide off on the subject. Every time we try to have a face, they always do something stupid to take themselves out of it. Because John Morant was in that position, the next thing to be the face. And then we all know what he was doing. Then last year, you heard how they was pretty much Edwards, Anthony Edwards, they trying to give him the face, you know what I'm saying? And how he come up, and then here he goes and comes out stupidly to Magic Johnson saying that, back in them days, outside of, Michael Jordan, there was nobody else that was kind of athletic or whatever. Yeah. And he got shot down real quick by Magic, and he told him the truth. I don't respond to people that don't have championships, not a college champion, and even further, you're not even a high school champion. So that right there, he hurt himself by shooting at them guys like that when he was in position. So now I think this guy for San Antonio is going to be the face, and he's up on a good organization. If he's not with the Knicks, I'm cool with him being with San Antonio. I know Pop's going to do a great job with him. But it's orange and blue on Christmas Day, baby, and we owe you one for y'all beating us on that all-time great performance Brunson had. Oh, my gracious, man. Every time we had them great performances.
I'm holla at you.
Yeah, every time we had them great performances, we lose. We lost with Julius against Minnesota. We lost at San Antonio with Brunson. But
I blame the Minnesota game on how the team started to get a little lazy in the back end.
Right.
Yeah.
The same thing with the opener against Boston last year.
Yeah.
Well, my bad, Ron. Let me set this truck, man. God bless you all.
All right, man.
Shout out to the greatest people up under this in this chat, rocking on. Make sure y'all hit that like button, please. Do not, leave without hitting that like button, man. Y'all have a marvelous rest of your Saturday, your weekend. Enjoy your, your holiday week, your Labor Day, because we don't put a lot of labor in our life as the culture, and then also as, Knicks fans. So celebrate your Labor Days, y'all. God bless you all. Salute, salute, salute. 3 capital S's, man.
Facts. All right, my
And
brother.
women. Yes.
All right, my brother. Shout out to my guy Divine in the building. Knicks Real Talk. The other half, my man Sha Powers up in here. If you know the ledge, hit those likes. Appreciate you, bro. And once again, guys, I know I do this all the time, but some people forget what it looked like. If you don't know what it looked like, the like button, it looked a little something like this. There you go. So let me bring a new face up in here. Shout out to him. Thank you for being here. Jay the Chosen in the building. What up, Jay?
What's good? What's good? How's
Yes,
everybody doing?
Chilling, brother. Chilling,
Yo,
brother.
I love what you're talking about, man. I'm a little upset that the other brother left, man, because he was spot on with his music, with comparisons with his music. That K Solo comparison was very if you know, you know. I mean,
Right.
So I got a couple comments. I wanted to say, first of all, Ron, I think you do a fantastic job on a regular basis.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it.
I caught an interview you did with the young man that is starting off on a platform. I don't remember the name.
Oh yeah. With the objective Nick fan. Yeah.
The objective Nick fan, right? He's a young man, and I kept thinking during that interview, I was like, I don't think he saw what me and Ron have seen, Knicks wise. No disrespect to him, but like history wise. And I haven't been this excited since the 90s. Since the 90s, I haven't been nearly this excited. Right. That little Marbury era, that Carmelo era, like not even close. The face of the league should be Brunson.
Yeah,
let's keep it
100, Jay. Let's keep it 100.
Let's keep it 5 million. Brunson is a small man doing things that we haven't seen in a big man league. And if you remember, like the only way that football, you got a quarterback, got a receiver. In the league that is a consistent winner, you have a point. You have the general at the guard. You have an excellent big man, or at least a workable big man, and you have a shooter. The rest are moving pieces, right? So take a look at Denver. One of the best big men, right? Why? Because he knows when not to shoot, when to shoot. No, he crashes good, he passes well, he does all that stuff. If you look at all those San Antonio teams, big man, little man, shooter. I really think that going forward, we have to address the big man situation off the top, because we could beat all the full court, fast paced, Rucker Park teams. But are we going to? It's the half court, big body. Like, look what happened last year in the Western Conference thing, right? The team, the Thunder somehow came out on top. Was great, but that finals was horrible.
Right.
I believe if Minnesota would have went to that finals, it would have been a different. Like, the whole thing would have been different. I believe there was just a different situation going on there. I also believe there's a couple things. Leon Rose is an amazing GM, president.
Yes.
Yeah.
But we kind of overplayed our hand a little bit with Bridges. I like Bridges.
In other words, we exposed our poker face too quickly.
We listen, in order in life, in order to make money, it takes money. You know what I'm saying? So in order in life, you got to give things up to get things. But the way the order went for me, Brunson taking less money was a little too late in the Bridges taking too many picks, or OG taking too much money, or he deserves it. I'm not trying to hurt. Like I'm a big proponent on never knocking down someone's bag or their hustle ever.
Right.
Unless they're dirtbag, do something dirty.
Right.
But we definitely need a big man. And there was talk for a while, and I think this young man would be amazing for this team. But I really like the Duren kid from Detroit.
Mm-hmm.
And for some reason, I feel that he fits. And they've talked about him multiple times. There was a proposal for, I saw, there's proposals all the time, but I saw a proposal for, it was him and Ivy for McBride. Maybe Mitchell was in it. I don't remember. But can we be honest? Do we believe two things? That Mitch is going to stay healthy? And do we believe that he is the center that is going to be able to run out when Joker's out shooting a three, run back when he's there to play defense, run back? He limps down the court. We need somebody who runs with us. That's what made Hartenstein important to us, because he was able to run with us. So fair. Even the Valanciunas thing, I like it. But the difference between Leon Rose and the 90s teams, we would in the 90s, and I know you guys remember. I'm not going to say my age, but we would always get the difference now is that we get players in their prime.
Right.
Back then, we would get players. Right.
We get them right after their prime when they barely in the league still.
Yeah. We got Rolando Blackman. Rolando Blackman. Wait, he's 46 now.
Yeah. I always love that. That's a good point, Jay. I always love that, especially whenever I think of that scenario, I always think of Antonio McDyess. We had to get Antonio McDyess when he was at the freaking end of all them years of dominating. But
you sound like my uncle.
Yeah.
You sound like my uncle. It was his favorite player.
One of those decisions where Isaiah Thomas should have been lynched.
Well, hey, I mean, I don't know. It's a little harsh, Mets, but I hear you. He wasn't your favorite guy.
Years, Ron.
I mean, listen, he wasn't the greatest with regards to. He was good at acquiring young talent. He was not good at managing the day-to-day operations of putting a team together. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He could bring in the young guys. They loved Isaiah, but
Nor was he capable of managing the money.
No, he was horrible at managing money.
I don't mean to right. He was a face. He was a face. Isaiah was a name. Isaiah really probably didn't even see the sheets or the money or know anything about it. Isaiah was I'm Isaiah Thomas. Come over to play for me. That's kind of like, Magic Johnson going to the Lakers and saying, hey, look, I'm Magic. I saved the league with Larry.
Right.
Come play for it.
Fair.
And one day that'll be LeBron. It's just different.
Michael Jordan when he owned Charlotte for a time.
Yeah, Mike. Right, so Mike did. Mike has made a lot of different moves. I think Mike could have shown his face a little more, and Charlotte could have did a lot more things. I don't think Mike really was that interested in that. To be honest, he had a lot of other things going on. But
let me bring my other guy up in here.
Yeah, sure, please.
Let me bring Corey Lee up in the building. The 718 boys is here. Queen's finest. What's going on, Corey?
What's going on, gents? What's going on,
brother?
Good afternoon.
My man, what's up, Sha? Hey, man, don't ever use that word lynch again, bro. Please. Yeah, Max, please don't ever use that word lynch again.
It's a rough one. You see how I try to move off of it quickly, right?
Yeah,
that's a
I'm
rough
reaffirming.
one.
I'm sorry. I had to reaffirm on that. I'm sorry.
You good? You good?
You know what? I didn't even understand. I didn't even understand why everybody was going because I missed it. Yeah,
don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. We're moving forward.
No, we good. We good. I don't even want to give it more light. Let's forget that it happened. Matt.
Yeah.
Let's forget it happened and let's move on. I want to say, Corey, good to see you, my brother. Good to have you up here, being able to talk about this conversation. And we got someone new to the fro with here, my guy Jay the Chosen in the building. Appreciate you. He's already from his conversation. You could tell he comes from where we come from. He knows what we know.
He's been around the block.
Yeah, whether it be hip hop or watching these Knicks back in the 90s. So that's always dope to have the conversation with people that know what it is. But let me read this super chat real quick. I want to get Corey's take on what's going on. Thank you, Paris. Thank you for the generous super chat. He said, listen, Randle played center on the Lakers and New Orleans. Some Randle at the 5 on offense and the 5 on D makes him and us unstoppable. No center can guard Randle. True. That is fair. That is fair. Look, if the Knicks can figure out a way to and I think we already talked about this. When I had Alan Hahn on the show, I'm not name dropping. He was on the show. You guys saw it. He said that he believes that, Tibbs is going to try the small ball thing again, even though he may not love it, but he thinks he's going to try the small ball thing again. And Randle might get another shot to see how he looks at center because they have the ability to try different combinations. And the Knicks are very talented right now. And they've got the biggest key to him being a little bit more willing to do this is the fact that they got really good perimeter defenders. And, a lot of the scoring in this league comes from perimeter-based play. So, when you have that, it's a flexibility the Knicks have. We've never seen the Knicks team have this level of flexibility defensively before throughout the up and down throughout the team. You know what I mean? You got different guys that can play defense on the bench and in the starting mix. So this is beautiful. So we'll see how it plays out. But I agree, Parrish, that Julius gives us something that we can really expose the opposing team because they won't be able. I mean, he could run out a unit there with Brunson. We could even switch it around. Brunson, DiVincenzo, Mikal Bridges, OG Anunoby, and Julius Randle. And no team can guard anybody when you do something like that. Because you can't double team anybody. You're leaving somebody open. And you're going to get cooked. Even if it's not even guys who can get to the rim as easily, there's going to be people that are around the perimeter in their corner spots waiting to knock down them threes from 40%. You know what I mean? So, yeah, that's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful thing. So I'm with you on that. Corey, what's your thoughts on what we're talking about so far, bro?
You already know where my heart's at. So I'm not going to go back and forth with y'all about it. I'm going to get the debate. But, if my man plays 65 games, we're definitely in the final.
Butcher.
You daggone right.
Yeah. So, I mean, and just for those who may not know, when he's talking about the Butcher, he is talking about Mitchell Robinson. And I will say, you can continue, Corey, but I just wanted to say that let's not forget, guys. I know it's tough because it's all about what have you done for me lately. And one of the things that we know with Mitch is that he gets hurt, right? But let's not forget that before he got hurt, he was off to his best season as an NBA player. He was looking really good, man. And the Knicks were playing pretty good because of it. And even the other thing you got to think about, guys, is remember the Knicks decided to make moves because they were struggling a little bit offensively Their bench unit wasn't giving them enough points, and there was some defensive lapses. But those defensive lapses was happening on the perimeter. It wasn't necessarily the spot where Mitch was guarding. So Mitch, in spite of all that, was helping us get some stuff done and get some victories during that time. So I just want to say, like, you know, when you think about it, Mitch did his job and he expanded. The biggest knock on Mitch was, you know, what more can he do with his game? Because he wasn't necessarily developing the other parts of his game. And so I said, you know what? It's the same thing I said with regards to Mitch, same thing I said with regards to Obi or whoever. You want to throw Jericho Sims in there. If you got a player that is limited and they can't do this, then forget this. Worry about this and become better at this. This is what you do, right? If Obi, you a dunker, then I expect to see you dunking on people, grabbing rebounds, because you can jump and you can dunk. So let me see more of that. Same thing with Mitch. You are a really good defender. You alter a lot of shots. People don't test you as much. You want to be a defensive player of the year, but you never made any defensive teams. Do something else. Put up them defensive numbers so you can get recognized, and that way everybody in the league knows, no, Mitch is the truth on defense. He may not be offensive, but he can do this. And he started to do something we never seen. Mitch was averaging at one point four steals. I mean, I think it finished around that time was 3 steals, but he was getting 4. He got one game, he was getting 5 steals. I'm like, I've never seen Mitch do that. So I got to give him credit for when he was doing that type of stuff. My bad, Corey. I just wanted to throw that out there. But go ahead, Sha, real quick, and I'll get back over to Corey.
One more quick thing. Now with Mitch could possibly be playing longer time on the court with Mikal Bridges and OG Anunoby. Now Mitch doesn't have to step out as much, especially on the farther wings if OG is over there for the big man to be picked up. Now Mitch can still pick up his man, or Mikal Bridges, very good, very, very good defender, big, long arms, which can hold down someone that's 6'8", 6'9", 6'10", you know, on the perimeter and stuff like that. If Mitch decides to stay in that dunking, quote unquote, that quasi dunking position or whatever you want to do. So Mitch doesn't have to do. Years prior, we see Mitch always helping out because of the lax in defense that we had. Not that it was a lax, but we didn't have players to pick up other players. Now we have that. We have two. I'm going to reiterate this all year long. The 2 players that we picked up this year, that's going to play for us this year, OG Anunoby and Mikal Bridges, is going to help us out so much on the wings this year that it's going to really help Mitchell Robinson out. And now you probably will see Mitchell Robinson aspire to get more blocks per game, because if they try to break down these 2 players on the court, they have to contest with Mitch, and Mitch is going to fill the lane. You know what I mean? So that's one of the things I love about what could happen for this year with OG and Mikal on the wings, because Mitch doesn't always have to run down the court to pick up his big man in the 3-point position or out on the perimeter, something like that, because we got OG out there, we got Mikal out there. And if those 2 guys can divert the center or whoever that man that Mitch would previously go out to pick up, now you drive, instead of him going out to him, now you got OG and Mikal to drive them into Mitch. Now you make it a 2-headed monster. You know what I mean? It makes it
Sha, I thank you for bringing that up. You actually brought it up in the past and we focused on it, but we haven't talked about it in a minute. That is a fabulous point. That is a fantastic point. All right, man.
You know, please, man.
Because the whole thing is now Mitch doesn't have, because the part of the issue with Mitch and why he doesn't block shots, because we know Mitch can block shots. We've seen it. He had high block shot numbers his first 2 years in the league. We've seen that the part of the reason why he can't block shots the way he was is he's always out of position. He does have to help more and recover. So now with these guys locking down the perimeter guys and he doesn't have to step out as much, oh yeah, he can wreak havoc down low. Corey, go ahead, man. Talk about the butcher.
Seriously, y'all just pretty much took my whole chain.
My bad, Carl. Hey, that's what that means.
Nah, y'all good. It doesn't even matter. Well, what matters though is what Mitch brings, and y'all pretty much brought it up in a nutshell. You know that it's possible that Mitchell Robinson can be one of the best rebounders in the league for one season.
Right.
Destroy the league.
Offense and defense.
Yeah.
Say that again.
Offense and defense rebound. Offense.
Yes.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying? Just that alone, and then the fact that he's in the passing lanes, just like these two wings you're talking about. It's gonna be crazy. If my man stays 65 games, we are winning the NBA Finals.
Facts. I'm with you
on that, man. Let me just
Come on. Make it through the playoffs without somebody snatching him out the air again.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Like they keep him healthy going in towards the end of the season. You know what I'm saying? And I think we got that. And I think it's gonna happen by committee with these young centers, as well as this, you know what I'm saying? We pressing the small ball issue. I think Tibbs is on some, listen, I'm gonna pay my 8-9 man, you know what I'm saying? But I'm gonna do it by rotation. I'm gonna rotate who I feel. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
It ain't about I'm playing all these people. I'm gonna come with the cat, see what he looks like today. And you're not feeling what I'm going, switching him out, you can plug somebody else in. Tibbs, for the most part, he knows how to switch something up quick. And when it's not looking good. Or, he tries to. So as long as we got the personnel to fit it, I think we'll be all right. And I think Tibbs is getting better at situational coaching. I think he's gotten a lot better at that.
Yeah,
I agree with that. Jay, what were we going to say before?
Yeah, I was going to say, it's funny that you said that you stole his thunder. You kind of stole mine too. I think it's really, and what he just said about, what the brother just said about, without being hurt mysteriously or intentionally or without, it's really truly about Mitch staying in his lane, playing his position, just his position. Because all these other guys are multiple position players. Mitch is a center, right? He's not a European center. He's not the French Wembyambi type player. He's a old school, back to the basket, rebound blocking center, and he needs. But it was a great point that Corey just brought up. He needs and I'm put the face thing back on. But when he lit that smoke, I had to go outside for a minute and get mine on too. So I just didn't want to move around and look all awkward while it was happening.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, of course. Mitch needs, I believe, and this is a great point by Corey, that Tibbs, and it's up to Tibbs, not up to Mitch. Mitch is going to need a lot of in-game rest, in-game bring-ins. And one wonderful thing that we have that we haven't mentioned once yet, I don't believe, is we have one of the best small rebounders in a man named Josh Hart.
Facts.
Right? So I mean, I don't know pound for pound, size for size. He might be one of the best rebounders I've ever seen.
Top 10 in the league last season. I think he was top 10.
Yeah, without a doubt.
Not even talking about size, just a rebounder. I think he was top 10. I think he was like 7 or 8, but I'd say top 10 to make sure I'm not 100% wrong.
No, I think it was 7 or 8, and so what I'm saying is, right, like exactly, like Barkley, like these type of people, Barkley, like these type of people who play very hard at the size that they are. See, the only thing I'm worried about with Mitch is the run and gun, because we have Brunson. Brunson is going to take the ball, and people like DiVincenzo, Hart, Bridges, Anobi, They're all going to be able to go with him on it. The only person who's not going to be able to go with him on it is Robinson. He really is not going to be going with him on it. That's why I would like to see we need a second center. A center that could run and gun for the fast breaks and run and gun for those moments only. So if the idea of Randle at the 5 is for that purpose, then I'm okay with it for that purpose. But it cannot be a consistent thing because now you're talking about a man who's hurt on a regular basis also, right? Mitch, it's not just Mitch. Randle's now been hurt on a regular basis also. So if you're going to let him be the 5, he's going to get elbowed and leaned on and hurt. He's going to be, I know that all these kids with the pause things. I don't say pause. I'm very secure male, but I was gonna say he was gonna get pounded, and I just didn't want the world, But I don't believe
Nah.
I don't want to.
You good, man? Listen, this mix right here.
I like what I like.
This is the older mix right here. We okay.
Yeah, but the point is, well, I'm a secure dude, so I always look at people and they say, "Paul," I'm like, "Why you say that? But you believe in that?" But anyway, yeah, I'm gonna keep it very PG. I think that the first unit is the second unit on this Knicks squad is and this is, I'm gonna say this, I gotta say very carefully. It's almost as important as the first unit is.
Mm-hmm.
And because we have a second unit that a team like Detroit, Charlotte, whatever, would love to be their first unit, we have a similar problem in both ways with Mitch. So yes, if he stays in his lane, stays in the middle, he knows how to get out of the paint with the 3-second, because that was another thing that he had to work on for a while. He would linger too long. He wouldn't know exactly where to go to when it wasn't coming to him. He has developed. I really was sad for him when he got hurt, because he was putting up the numbers. He hustled hard. But we do need a big man that is going to be fighting back, running fast, catching the alleys. We got Brunson to me Brunson had such a reason to be MVP of the league last year. What is he, 6'2", 6'1", 6'2",
6'2"-ish.
Plays like he's 6'6",
6'2"
right?
with less in his shoes or something like
right.
that.
6'2" with real tall sneakers.
With on thought some thick socks.
The long, right? I'm about to say with the long tight socks, but the 80 socks with the 2 stripes. So yeah, like, this guy is going to take a lot of that heat. He's going to be running, he's going to be passing, he's going to do a lot of stuff. But it'd be nice to be able to see the pick and roll happen a lot with Mitch, because Mitch has the ability to do that if he could. And it doesn't seem like he goes for it. It doesn't feel like he went for it. Hart, Isaiah Hartenstein, he would go for it more. I would love them to work that out. And I'm really stuck on this other thing. I mean, Jonas, that's great, but like, if we're gonna do Leon new, not Rolando, and getting Doc Rivers and getting all these people older back in the days, then we have to get more of a Kessler, Duren from Detroit. I love the kid. I think that kid is going to be a beast if he's unleashed. I don't know why. I just think that he has incredible potential. I watch him. He's strong. He's a walking double-double. and also another thing is it's a hack a Mitch game too. Like, he can't shoot. I'm not trying to. I don't want to rain on his parade. I have a lot of love for Mitch. I just think
He
that
knocks him down when it counts, though.
right.
And
Right.
even to say to that, because I believe that the Knicks are going to run an 11-man rotation this year. I think the starting five is going to be so phenomenal this year that a lot of the bench players and the second or the third tier players are going to get more time on the court this year. So this way, Mitch won't have to run out there as much. And
Agreed.
Mitch main option for this year is to help out on defense. We got 3 guys in the backcourt that can possibly be defensive player defensive player of the year, or on that defensive team 1, 2, or 3, or 1 or 2, excuse me, 1 or 2 on the Knicks this year, and OG Anunoby, Mikal Bridges, and Mitchell Robinson.
I agree. And then you bring in that second unit, and they also have tough defenders. And
yes.
I even like Hart's a good defender. DiVincenzo stays on his man. Like, we're not really. McBride stepped up his game at the end of the year. Deuce stepped up his game a little bit at the end of the year. I like this Kolek kid. I don't know if you watched him at all. He seems like if Brunson takes him under his wing, that he's going to be able to do a lot of the similar moves. He moves a little bit like him. It was a good pick. I still am a little leery on the back on having a center to spell the center, and because Isaiah Hartenstein wasn't supposed to be a starter.
He wasn't.
Right.
And if Mitch,
Right. I don't even think he started on the team.
If Mitch wouldn't have got hurt, we would have Hartenstein would have signed the $8 million contract here to back up Mitch this year.
Probably,
if Mitch would have gave us 65 games this year, he surely, I believe, Hartenstein would have still be here this season coming up if Mitch didn't get hurt.
Right, and picture that second unit with Hartenstein.
It was fortunate but unfortunate that Mitch went out, because Hartenstein stepped up, but he stepped up so good that now he got his bag.
He got his back, and again, I'm not mad at him. And he even said he wanted to stay, and that's why I said it was kind of, the timeline was so unfortunate, because Brunson takes some less money before that happens. Hartenstein stays. We don't have this conversation. This guy is not a conversation. And think about having that second unit with Hartenstein. You're talking about Deuce, whoever you throw in for if DiVincenzo's not starting, or if he's starting, Hart. Right, and Hartenstein on that, with any other guy, I'm telling you, man, I really believe it. I mean, there's a couple people I could do without. We'll see what the Toppin brother Jacob does. We'll see what he does. We'll see, but I don't think he's going to play very much.
No, I wouldn't expect a lot of these other guys. Like none of the young players. I wouldn't expect them to get a lot of action out there. Now the Knicks may try to right now, obviously, because they haven't addressed the backup center position. They may take a look at Hukporti. See. Yeah. But like I said, all of this goes. This is Tibbs we're talking about. It's all about practice. They're going to take a look in practice. If it don't look right in practice, you are not seeing it on the court. But if it looks good in practice, they're going to give some people a shot to see what it looks like. So I would expect that. And let me do this. Let me just say what's up to a couple more people, and then I want to pull up a couple more centers real quick, because I want to get over to Tyler Kolek as well. We talked about him last week, but you know what? He keeps popping up in the news for different reasons. So I love to talk about him. Let me shout out Brooklyn Butch in the building. Salute to you, Brooklyn. Good to see you, my brother. Shout out to E. Gibson is here. Salute, E. Gibson. He says, I think Sims and Precious might get time in center. Yep. And Brooklyn said Josh Hart was the number 2 guard in rebounding at 8.2 behind Luka. I mean, that's nuts, right? Josh Hart, 6'4", grabbing rebound. That's nuts. Shout out to I know, it's crazy. Shout out to Allah Wise, my brother Allah. Appreciate you. Hope you're doing well. Good to see you. Shout out to Travel Vibes in the building. What's good, Travel? Good to see you. He said, I can't wait to see how Tibbs maneuvers this roster. Tibbs can't win playing more than 8 men. It's documented. Well, I don't know, bro, because remember, Tibbs hasn't really had this much talent on a roster. So, when you give him the talent, he's got to figure out how to make it work. But in the past, he's always had teams he had to because no matter what we think at the time, because we were desperate for talent, we're talking about the difference between these guys and guys like Kemba Walker, who aging at the end of their career. Someone in Fournier, who I don't think he was done, but just didn't fit what we were trying to do. And then someone like with Ari got his name. Cam Reddish, who just never really showed the potential of who he could be.
He never bought in. He never bought into the system.
Right.
That's what he wanted.
These are things.
That's what he
got to deal with. Shout out to Randu as well. Salute Randu. What's good? Oh, okay. Oh, let me do this before I move on, because I think that was a cool little moment. I don't know if you guys saw it yesterday. I know a lot of different people posted it. I posted it. Just nice little Knick news. It's always good to see when the Knicks are in the mix. Let me pop this up on your screen. So let's see. Share this real quick. This is a fantastic page. If you haven't seen it on Instagram,
crazy.
Yeah. And let me tell you, you only see 513 followers because I did a reset. I had the 30,000s and stuff. I just said, let me start over. So anyway, so I don't know if you guys saw this, but this is
Duce McBride
hold on. I hate when this happens. The only bad thing about Insta is that you got to start the whole video over to get back to where you can't really you got to look for that line to move it. All right, let's do this again. So here we go. This is I think a lot of you have already seen this, but if you haven't, this is what Deuce was up to recently.
Here's a little bit of wind. Duce McBride for some kids' tuition. Looks good.
Yeah, so Deuce was on the Pat McAfee show doing his West Virginia thing, because he's West Virginia through and through. And he hit that shot. If he hit that shot, that kid right there with the yellow hard hat, with the white hard hat, would get free tuition. So that's dope. That's pretty cool.
That is dope. Very dope.
Look at how Deuce has improved this shooting, knocking it down, baby.
It's gonna be crazy this year. All I'm saying is it's gonna be crazy.
I'm talking about. Look at that
Duce
one more
McBride
time.
for some kids' tuition. Looks good.
Hey, come on, Deuce.
That was more pressure than a game. You had some kids tuition. You had another guy talking while he was shooting, and you had all these people right in his face while he was doing it. That's a lot of pressure. That's good. Yeah.
And as you guys can see, we also got our content creator spotlight stuff up there. Like I said, it's on YouTube in the community page, but it's also on Instagram. You see, we spotlight Knicks Fans TV, KOT, Knicks Film School, Knicks Recap, Knicks Real Talk, Tony Crow, Dope Soul Sports. Knicks and Bruises, Die Hard Knicks, Lawrence Tears, Nothing But Knicks. And this is only to name a few, guys. I haven't put one up for today, but I will. And we are going to continue to do this till we work our way throughout the whole Knicks community and give a spotlight and show some love to everybody out there. So people know there's a lot of content creators that you can choose from. Yep.
Awesome.
So that being said, that's that. Here's another guy that, we've talked about in the past. We don't really need to see his numbers, but I'm going to put him up once again because his name is still in the mix. I tell you, we cannot move away from this guy. And you already know we put this dude up. We're going to have to pay a lot for him too. So
I knew it.
Yep. This is the guy, man. 21.8 points, 8.3 rebounds, 3 assists per game, 0.7 steals, 0.7 blocks, 50% from the field, 40% from 3, 87% at the free throw line. I don't care how we want to move away from this guy. He's a beast. He may be a little funky. He may talk to himself, and he has dual personalities or whatever. I don't know. And, he may not necessarily want to play the center position. He wants to be out shooting threes and stuff. but he's still a very talented guy. If he comes here, not for nothing, guys, he's probably our best player. I know I said that, and you guys, what? But Jaylen Brown, I know, but his efficiency and the fact that he's a big man doing all this it's incredible. Just saying. Will he be like our best player? Probably not, because Jalen has a different level of fire in his belly right now. But if Karl Anthony Towns had that same level of fire, he would easily be our best player because he's got all the tools. He just doesn't always show it. That being said, what's your thoughts, guys, on Karl Anthony Towns? Once again, I feel like every couple of weeks I have to revisit Karl Anthony Towns, and we all have to give our take on this guy again. But you know what I mean? Like, he's back in the mix again. And the whole thing about him is a little different, like with Anthony Davis. Anthony Davis, I don't necessarily know where that's coming from. Karl Anthony Towns, you know, the Tibbs connection of being in Minnesota. But the other thing is, like, I hear some other Knicks people saying stuff about him. Like, he is not going away, which leads me to believe the Knicks actually are considering this guy. So just want to throw that out there. What's your thoughts on Karl Anthony? Jay, how about you? I'll start with you first.
I'm glad you started with me. I'm a dog guy. I'm not big on cats. All right. He has an injury history. He played well. He played well when he came back after the injury at the end of the season. He played well, very well. I will give him that. I listen. Being my middle name is Ron, I have a rough time disagreeing with you, and I love the show. But Brunson is definitely our best player by a million. All right, we are blessed to have this man. The best pickup I believe I've seen in my lifetime pickup. You know, not natural pick, but Cat. So you look at those numbers, right? Then look at Randle's numbers. And if you look at Randle's numbers and you look at Cat's numbers, I would probably say Randle's numbers are better than those numbers. So I
would agree with you.
Right. So are you talking about Cat as the center? Because you were right. He's not going to want to play in the middle of the paint, and that's why Rudy Gobert was brought in. That's why all that would happen. So are you talking about him as a center, and how does he fit in? Because if he gets brought over here, Mitchell automatically becomes a bench player. Because that's another question, right?
Mitch going in that deal.
He would automatically become a bench player if he was on the team. But to what Sha's saying, I think Mitch would have to go in the trade for Towns.
That
but not just Mitch. So would Julius Randle.
Mitch and Randle, yeah.
Mitch and Randle, not because of what I was reading was Mitch, Deuce, and a pick.
Yeah, they want more than that. They would want.
Yeah, that's not enough money to match. We
gotta
give up. Yeah, we got to give out more money. If we get him, we definitely got to give out more money. We talk about Mitchell Robinson, Julius Randle, Bates Diop, maybe Sims, maybe Deuce.
Isaiah Thomas.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? You going because his contract is like 40 something million coming up this year. So we're gonna have to, make that money match. So it'll be about 3 players plus probably whatever leftover picks that we got, and maybe some seconds as well.
All right.
So I'll let you get right back to it, Jay. I just want to say once again, remember, I'm not saying that if Cat came here, he's the best player. He has the ability to be our best player, but he don't have to what Jay was saying. He don't have the dog in him, and that would hold him back. That's why I still think Jalen Brunson would be our best player.
That's what's always been holding him back.
Always, but he has the ability. He has the ability to be the best guy. I
have the ability to win a lottery tomorrow tonight. I have the ability to win a lottery.
Right.
But the other thing I wanted to say too is to Jay's
and I hope
point,
you do.
Well, yeah,
And
and holla at a brother when you do. Don't
yeah,
before
don't
you
forget
bounce with the bags, holla at me.
Yeah, don't forget them.
No,
I'm
but
sorry. What were you saying?
no, I was gonna say to your point. I did do a comparison.
Okay.
I don't know, maybe over a month ago, whatever, and I
Right.
put up what we talked about Randall's numbers versus Cat's numbers.
Yes,
And
you did a side by side.
Yeah, and Randall and Cat are very similar. If not, Randall has better numbers at certain points. The problem, though, is Cat's efficiency blows Randall out the water. Like, I mean, shooting 87% from the free throw line, shooting 41% from three, shooting, you know what I mean? Like he shoots it really well. So that was the only issue.
He's got a great shot.
One second, Jay. Go ahead. 1 second, Jay. Go ahead, Corey. What were you gonna say?
Math looks good. The math looks good, but what the effect? The effect. You understand what I'm saying? The math don't add up to the effect. You know what I'm saying? Because this part of the game where Cat disappears.
Oh,
that's why they didn't. You understand what I'm saying? Oh, he had a great night. He shot the hell out the ball. Third quarter, we couldn't find that MF.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
He'd be like Noel. He'd be like Noel out there from the freestyle head. Silent morning. All right, let me stop. Okay.
Exactly.
Wow, did we go to the bubblegum music, Ron? Really? The bubblegum music, Ron? Really?
Oh,
I want to say this. I'm gonna be a big advocate for Towns just because everyone else not really wants him. And it's not that I'm advocating for him. I just see some potential that can happen with him. Yes, he doesn't step up sometimes in big games on prior teams that he's been on. But if he's more of a focal point on the New York Knicks, I think that would entice him to be a better player. And also, we may not even need him in those big moments because now, if you're looking at the starting lineup, we're looking at Jalen Brunson, DiVincenzo, Josh Hart. DiVincenzo, Mikal Bridges, OG Anunoby with him. Now you're looking at four guys that shoot over 40% from the three-point land. You know what I mean? And one of the big things about Boston last year, I think they were top 3 in the league of shooting, if not one, shooting three-point shots with all their players. So with him on the court, spacing the floor, and if you want to put the comparison, I think he could play very good defense against Porzingis. You know what I mean? He has done it in the past, and I think he can still do it. So with him being on the team, it will surely open up the passing lanes and everything else because now you can't defend everybody on the court because you got to stay with your man because OG is shooting about 40%. Mikal is shooting about 40%. If you put DiVincenzo back in there, he's shooting 40%. Jalen Brunson is shooting 40%. And I mean, you got your whole team down there shooting 40% from three-point land, and that will put pressure on other teams, and he could probably prosper in that. And his name is Cat, but he does have a little dog in him. He doesn't show it often because he wants to pull himself out.
Come on, man. We don't need chihuahuas in the city.
I'm saying I used to have
I'm with you,
that nigga, that ninja used to bite the crap out of people's ankles.
Well, I mean,
while he's walking off with your flash screen.
Yeah, I mean, you kick him right to the side and run off and stuff like that. But with that being said, I think he could be an integral point, a big improvement. And then just looking from the outside in, and I not saying that I want Julius Randle gone, but Julius is coming back from a major surgery this year. And I mean, how long is it going to take Julius Randle to get into shape to play this basketball that we know him as playing prior years, that all-star, all-NBA type of basketball? Not saying that he can't get back to it, but you bring Cat here now, he's going to start right from the jump. You know what I mean? And he's already played under Tom Thibodeau before, so it's not like he has to learn the skills and learn where you got to be and all this other stuff. He already has that, even though it was years ago. Tom Thibodeau's style hasn't changed much in the last umpteen years that Tom Thibodeau's been a coach. So with him being on the team, I think it would make him a better player alongside. And another thing that he does is he can pass the basketball too. You know what I mean? He's not a bad basketball.
Averaging 3 a game.
Passing.
Yeah.
Right, 3 a game. You know what I mean? And he's a big guy. So it's going to make it, and it makes a big difference on you passing the basketball to players that are shooting almost 40% from 3-point line. You're surrounding the whole team. The whole starting lineup is shooting over 40% from the 3-point line. DiVincenzo, Brunson, OG, Mikal Bridges, and now with Cat Williams. That's a hard team to beat.
Did you say Cat Williams? No,
He definitely said Cat Williams. You definitely said Cat Williams.
Right? I did say Cat Williams.
Yo, I'm about to say.
I hear you.
Can I be honest? I'd rather have Cat Williams play. But yeah, no, but he would tell a good joke and they laugh and we could anyway. Listen, I hear all that. I also like I picture if the original trade was to go off with the Randle, because you're talking about a system is clicking already, right? We have a system that's clicking already. So let's do positive, negative really quick, just really quick. Positive, he ran under Tibbs. Probably could slip into the system fairly quicker than most people could slide into the system. Right. But then let's do a negative. How did we get all those teams like in the 90s? What is New York known for? Bully ball, strong ball. And he does. I just don't see him having that like Brunson bully ball, your Hart bully ball. You know, with Mitch bully ball. Back last year, Hartenstein bully ball. You know, this is we need. We need like. We're the Anthony Masons. We need that is what we need. And I do think that could be he could be a great player for our team. If he was our center, he would do what I was saying earlier. He could do the running gun. He could do all those other things. He could spin off on the lob. He could do all and the shooting. Everything you just said.
50% for field goal percentage.
Right,
back to the basket type of player, and he can rebound the basketball.
He can, but I mean, at 7 feet tall, he still has less rebounds. And I understand. I'm thinking about obviously I'm absorbing everything you said. So Randle is coming off a major injury. Prior to his major injury, he did something that impressed me with Randle being a bully and also let's give Randle his proper dues. Randle is the reason that our team started getting better from the jump. Then Brunson came in and turned it to a brand new level with all the other parts around. So I'm trying to be like, I'm a loyalist, you know, in New York, you know, I'm not a loyalist to the point where like, if you're hurting me, you get cut out. You know, I cut the grass all the time to see where the snakes are. Let's just leave it like that. So the fact that I'm not a loyalist to the point where if you're a detriment, that you got that, oh, we're going to keep him because he's a detriment, but I'm a loyalist. However, the numbers are better, but they're not jumping off the page better to me than Randle. And again, I agree with you as far as the major injury and coming back and all this stuff, but how if you go back into it and I don't have time, I don't have to right now because I came outside, but if you go back into it, Cat has been hurt so many times. So how many
the last 2 years? Yes,
especially over the last 2 years, and especially over crunch time.
Mm-hmm.
So you know, I just think like his moment and his time was those beginning years. And when they put monsters around him, they put Rudy Gobert around him, they put other people. It reminded me of the Rockets a little bit, the old Rockets with Thorpe and that Minnesota team. With Ori and Thorpe and Olajuwon. That Minnesota team was built like that. That's what that team was built like.
Right.
So. And look what they did. They went from a team that was like nothing to tied for first on the last day of the year. So, you know, I don't know. I'm not big on him. I would like to see a fresh, younger person fit in the system. We have a captain, right? We have a floor general. This is starting to look a lot like more of a Popovich style team than a Tibbs style team to me. We got a cap, right? Because what made those teams? Everybody says Spurs. I said it a lot. Spurs are boring. This is they're boring team, but they're a dynasty. They were a dynasty. What made them a dynasty? They had a great coach, but they also had two great coaches on the court playing in Duncan and Parker at the same time. So, that one's a tough one for me. I really would like to see what Randle could do with this team. I am afraid of his injuries. I won't lie about that. But I'm equally as afraid of OG's injury. I mean, he just pulled up on a layup, like, you know.
Yeah.
So,
No, I hear you. I hear what you're saying. But let me. I mean, I know we're having the conversation. I just want to keep it in context, right? I want to give you another side of it, right? And I'm saying this, and I'm a '90s head. Like that was my team. So, but it took me a minute to kind of wrap my head around this, and I forgot who made the point, but someone made a point. Maybe it was like a year ago or 2 years ago, and it stuck with me. That bully ball style of basketball, that Pat Riley old style of basketball, hasn't really translated into success with specific teams, right? Those teams that actually pulled it off and made it happen and made it work had some of the best players in the NBA on those teams. And I'm not saying Jalen Brunson he's definitely on the road to being one of those guys, right? But it didn't really work for Pat Riley when he left the Lakers. When he left the Lakers, the teams that he tried to do it with never quite got over the hump. Now, when Dwayne Wade did win the championship, I don't remember if they were full bully ball style at that point. I think he might have adjusted a little bit.
They were bully ball. They
were still because everything still ran through Shaq. It's just that Dwayne Wade had a longer leash than everybody else outside of.
Right. It was still Wade County, but it ran through Shaq. 100%. I agree with that.
Right. So I think that the dynamic of that style of play changed a little bit, and then obviously he left and Spoelstra took over, and then it really changed. I mean, they were still very physical, but they adopted a little different style to go along with that physicality, whereas the Knicks were just bruisers. You know what I mean? We were just bruisers, and that's what we had to do. It worked back in the day. We saw it work for a team like Detroit, but let's not forget Detroit had two of the best players in the NBA history on that team. With Dumars and Isaiah Thomas, like, so, you know, and Dennis Rodman, you know what I mean? Like, so it was a little different, but
it was a little different.
So that's why I'm saying, like,
hold on a second, real quick, for what it's worth, because you mentioned them, Lambert. Listen, that's somebody who played his role.
No, he was great at his role.
Exactly.
Great. That's great at his role.
You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But that's why I had to bring that up.
No, you're also talking about a different era of basketball.
Right. I was just saying the same thing in my head, Jay. That
and so that's why I'm saying,
definitely not the basketball now.
No,
that's why I'm saying, like,
you're right.
To go. This is a finesse type of league now. This is a 3-point type of league, and as much as we want to bully guys, you can only bully guys in the perimeter area, like inside the 3-point line and in the paint. You can't bully them when they're on the 3-point line, and they are bombing us away, and those teams are winning. Boston won the championship being the best 3-point shooting team in the league. Boston. Yeah. I mean, you know what I mean? So while I understand that, my mentality is starting to change too. I'm starting to get used to, okay, you know what? Even though I think that's the style of play, every team needs to have an enforcer type on it, but you don't want to adopt that style of basketball because that's not the style of basketball that's winning these days. In Miami, the only reason why Miami had some success with us, and you know Miami's dirty, you know they do their own. It's still part of that bully mentality, but the difference is they figured out that we got to bomb you away. We can't just bully you. We got to also smack you with the threes. And that's why they were able to get where they got and knock teams out and make it to the finals because they was letting it fly. So it's a combination of things. And I think the Knicks can be like a Swiss Army knife of everything. We have enough to be powerful inside. We've got enough to be good on the perimeter. We've got enough to be a lockdown defensive team. And when it comes to mid-range effectiveness, Jalen Brunson is a master at it. I think we can do everything.
So also Randle too now.
Oh no, I don't. But my whole thing about Randle, the only reason why I don't like to throw him out there is because sometimes I think Randle has moved away. That year where he was on pace to shoot over 200 threes. He kind of got away from his bread and butter. He got away from the stuff he was working on with Carmelo Anthony. You know, that mid-range shot that he was starting to look like. Remember, we started to see Randle was like, "Oh, that mid-range is cooking." He kind of got away from that a little bit. So. But yeah, I agree.
So those are good points.
For the sake of time, because I still got a couple things I wanted to get out here. I thought I had. Now I could do it, but I just don't want to do it right now. To be honest, guys, I'm just going to read it. Normally I put the graphics together, and I have a graphic for Walker Kessler. But I think it's misnamed. That's why when I'm searching for it, I can't find it because I already did this. We've already gone over Walker Kessler in the past, and I put this up on the screen, but I can't find it right now. So for the sake of just kind of getting past it, right? And I'll share this.
Yeah, God
Walker. Bless. Yes, sir. Boom. Check out these LL Bean pullovers. Anyway. So Walker Kessler, right? Oh, let's get this stats up. This past year with Utah, 8.1 points, right? 2.4 blocks, which is incredible.
Yeah, it's big.
He has great block timing. I mean, listen, we know if people forget, he averaged 5 blocks a game in college. 5 blocks a game. That's nuts, right? So 0.5 steals, 7.5 rebounds, 60% from the free throw line, which you would love that to be a little better. 65% from the field. He's got a nice little hook shot with his game. 21% from 3. He's not really a stretch the floor guy. Can he do it a little bit, baby? But don't call him that. He's not that guy. In 23 minutes of play. 7.5 rebounds, 8 points, and 2.5 blocks. Those are really nice numbers. So I think he is definitely somebody, once again, that the Knicks could benefit from having. But it goes back to what do they have to give up working with Danny Ainge. And Danny Ainge is going to want to fleece us no matter how he can. He's going to want to get something. He's going to want to look at his, dang, he must have a list of trades. And he's like, yep, got that out of them. He must have a list. So, that's the thing. What do you have to give up to get Walker Kessler? So real quick, because we don't have to spend a whole bunch of time on Walker Kessler. Like I said, we've talked about him multiple times in the past. What do you guys think about the Knicks going out and getting a Walker Kessler and the price tag, whatever it may be? Let me just get everybody's quick thoughts on it so we can kind of get past the 3-hour mark. And I want to get to a couple other things. Jay, start with you first, then Corey, then Sha.
All right. Walker Kessler. It's a name that I've been looking at since last year. It was kind of like the Hartenstein I was looking at the couple of years prior. I think that if he's so willing to, if he's on a trade market, there's a reason why he's not in the plans. He's really not in the plans of Utah? He's not in the plan. Danny Ainge, work with Danny Ainge. You're gonna have to give up. your legs, your feet, one of your hands. I'm not quite sure that he's his fit would be great. I think his fit would be good, but the obtaining him doesn't seem very realistic, especially if what we had to do for Bridges and Danny Ainge wasn't involved in that. I'm not sure if that he's gonna. But to the point, the fit. I mean, I think that he's definitely. I would love to have him as a backup center. I would definitely love to have him as a backup center.
Yeah, and I'm okay with his game. Just throwing that out there. Even if he can't like adequately stretch the floor, he can score some points in a better way than maybe Mitch can at currently. Now we don't know what. Oh, that was another thing I was going to share and reiterate. Once again, guys, let's not forget we've already heard, because we don't know what Mitch we're getting yet, right? That's the thing. Like Mitch is like he's like the Luther Vandross of the Knicks. Apparently, he's trying to get skinny again, so we don't know. We don't know what Mitch.
Pounds. I heard he lost.
We don't know
pounds.
what Mitch we get.
Oh, he needs to gain 50. I don't know why he did that.
Yeah, no, he's. I think he said he's trying to get back to his playing weight. Like a mixture of what his playing weight was when he first came into the league, so he could be a little bit more agile. And listen, if it works out and we get a Mitch that is similar to that guy, and he's healthy at doing it, he could be a problem, man, really. But okay, Corey, the bully, the butcher, all that good stuff. But what's your thoughts on Kessler?
Kessler, you know what I'm saying? It's a nice start. You know what I'm saying? Would I like him? Possibly, yeah. I mean, come on, man. The way we set up our defense, because that's where we start from. I mean, he would totally fit. You know what I'm saying? Offensively, probably do a little more things than Mitch. Probably got a better, more, much more better touch. But I mean, personally, I just I'm not dealing with that cat up there. That mafia he got going over there in Utah. I'm not messing with that. Them folks don't play up there, man. They got their own mafia up there. Y'all think you laughing? Watch Big Love.
I hear you. All right. Okay. All right.
You know what I'm saying? I'm just not dealing with him, man. I mean, for all the team in China, man, I'm good, bro.
Okay.
I'm good, bro.
Okay. That's fair. That's fine. Sha, what's your thoughts on Kessler at this point?
I'm gonna play a Debbie double down. I would love to have him here, but I would love to see him here on the court playing with OG Anunoby and Mikal Bridges. This guy averages about 4 blocks a game. You know what I mean? I would love to have him here. He's a threat, and he has a good field goal percentage. Not so good at free throws, but a good field goal percentage. But I am not bringing him over here myself, and this is how I'm saying the downer. For him to come in here, Mitchell Robinson gets hurt, and he starts. He has a phenomenal year. We don't have his bird rights, and he wants to leave like Hartenstein left last year. And we didn't give up Duce McBride. We didn't give up Duce McBride and Precious Achua, whoever else we give up to get him here. And next year he leaves us because he just had a 15-11 season and hitting about 32% from 3-point land, and we only signed him for 1 year because this is his last year of his rookie contract. You know what I mean? So he's going to look for either a big payday from the Knicks, especially if he gets those numbers like that, or he's going to leave us. So for those reasons, I don't want him. But you know how the Knicks do. If they get him here, they'll probably grease the pan with him or something like that. But those are the things for him to be on the court with OG Anunoby, because if he comes here, I hate to say it, but I believe that he may. Mitch will start, and if Mitch gets hurt and he comes in and he has a run from, let's just say, end of December until the playoffs. If God forbid, knock on wood, if Mitch gets hurt like he did something similar to last year, and he gets a run at it like Hartenstein had last year, this guy ain't coming back to the Knicks next year. So those are my 2 things for it. I would love to have him here to see him play with OG Anunoby and Mikal Bridges in the backcourt with knowing that he blocks about 3 blocks a game and he's a rebounding center. The downside is if we get him here and Mitch gets hurt and he comes out and he balls out like Hardenstein did last year, he's going to go somewhere and get a big bag with somebody else, and we're going to be doing the same thing that we doing this season, wondering about who we're going to fill in for Mitchell Robinson and backup center for next season.
Wow. Listen, I hope y'all got your plates ready because the stove is on, y'all. Sha is cooking. That is a very good point. Sha, you've been cooking today, man, with these points. That's another good one, bro. That's something that we do not necessarily think about. We focus on the here and now. And let's bring them in. Let's get them in. What about the fact that we've already seen? Look, 2 things. One we know. Tom Thibodeau has made guys better, right? Tom Thibodeau is getting guys bags, right? That's one. 2, I call Tom Thibodeau the big man whisperer. Right, so don't bring a big man over here with some skills. Don't let Tom Thibodeau get him. So you trying to tell me that that's something we got to think about, man? Because he could come over here, get in this situation. He's playing in Utah. I don't know what type of city boy he is. He might not like New York, but he's a professional who'll do his job. He might come here, get busy a little bit, do what he got to do, get in line to get that bag, and he's out of here. So he got to keep that in mind too.
But if we win a chip with them,
oh yeah, we definitely gonna sign him back. We'll go over everybody coming back with big contracts.
That's different.
Right,
that's different.
That's what I'm saying.
Listen, no holds barred, man. It's Hulk Hogan at that point.
Thank you. That's okay if he goes then. It's bye. Thank you. I appreciate you.
And I don't even think he'd go. I think at that point, listen, if the Knicks win a championship, they open it up the wallet. The bag is open because at that point you've already done what the goal was, and you put together a team that's shown that you can do it. It's the same thing what we're witnessing with Boston.
And you ain't got to worry about the next 3 or 4, 2, 3, 4, 5 years. You know what I mean? The next couple of years, you ain't got to worry. You can pay that bag because now you got these younger guys that can go to be here for the next 3 to 29. You know what I mean?
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
So before you have to worry about the next big thing, you could go over and pay. I'm sure Dolan would love to pay the luxury tax if we win a chip in New York. Yeah, a little luxury tax. Because he's not going to really pay. He's going to pay everybody that's buying the ticket.
That's exactly right. That's what.
And at concession stands.
Right, and that's why
$9.
That's right. Parking is like it's ridiculous stuff. Yeah, you're 100% right with that.
They said you better take the subway.
Yeah,
right. No, I've never parked.
I don't know what it was. I think I saw something the other day, like the cheapest ticket to any game anywhere in the Garden right now is around $140. So it's already happening, right? And we haven't won anything. Imagine if they win. And then the other thing too is, like, if you do win at that point, it doesn't really matter to open up the bags and get yourself caught up in that luxury tax, because you win 1, you have a chance to win 2. It's not easy, but you have a chance. And that's definitely why Boston is giving their people their money. Their payroll is already at like around 205 million. They're already in that second apron. They don't care. We won. We got the same team. We're bringing basically everybody back. Let's go at it again. This is what you do. This is what Golden State did. Like I think Corey brought up or whatever. But the flip side of it too is it lasts for when it lasts, and you guys already see Golden State starting to fall apart. Like the ride is almost over, folks. So it gets to a point.
Ride is over.
Yeah,
that ride is over. That ride is over.
Yeah. So
they pulling into the yard.
Yeah, that's and the fact that even Steph Curry just signed a 1-year $62 million deal. Oh, get the bag, young man, get the bag. But it's a 1 year, so
hey, that's all good, because I'm pretty sure he's skipping to the bank there. Skipping to the bank, yes,
he's definitely skipping. Okay, so. Let me see. I got one more guy. One more guy we have to talk about real quick, and then we'll get over to Tyler Kolek and then wrap up the show. I
say one thing. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah.
I think Brunson set a really great precedent with what he did, and now that he's the captain, and I really believe that everything.
Randle did it first, bro.
and Brunson. And I know that most people are not going to give up $100 million because they're not Brunson. They don't have his skills and all that stuff. But he set a precedent. And if they do win that chip, you best believe you will see a whole bunch of people feed into that same narrative of this is what it feels like to win. And in New York, all right, I'm willing to take a little less off of that. So maybe Kessler wouldn't fly out. Maybe some of these people would not fly out, especially if we win that chip. So
that's a fair point.
Said,
that's a fair point, and a fair point to Corey too, because he said it before I said it. Yes, Randle did it first. People forget about Randle doing it. No, I'm not saying you. People forget about Randle doing it first because it wasn't on the same scale. I mean, in fairness, Brunson did leave $100 million on the table, so it's a little, it's bigger on his side, but Randle did take less first to hopefully bring winning back to the Garden and possibly get us to a championship. Yeah, and to help with more talent, right? And so, and that's why I think, which has already been said, we just got to watch the whole dominoes fall into place and watch it play out. They've already said, like, whether or not Randle, whether or not Randle chooses to do it again, no one should hold anything to that man. He's already done it. He's already taken less to try to help the team for what he could at the time. And so if he wants to get his bag, he needs to get his bag. Nobody should feel any way about it. That's one. Two, Brunson did what he did. He took less, and he knows that, you know, he wants to win. He wants to make sure that he can keep his guys here. And if he does win, or if he continues to play at a high level, the bag will be there later. Third,
time to get another one. Mm-hmm.
Right. And third, Mikal Bridges apparently has already expressed, or they've already gotten inkling that he is willing to take less when his extension is available. Yeah. So it's already happening, and it's a great thing. And the Knicks are setting precedents all over the board by multiple guys being willing to do this to help this team. And it's I mean, not everybody has the same mix though. Not everybody has the ability to play with their friends. Like these guys, they're playing together. So they're like, let's make it happen, man. This is bigger than anything. This is like going to your job every day and not just playing for something, but being able to do it with the guys that I know, that I care about, that I'm actually friends with. You know what I mean? So it's different. So yeah, so that's that. Let me pull this guy's numbers up. I still had it, man. I had this up here. It's still here. Jaylen Duren.
That's my guy.
13.8 points per game, 11.6 rebounds, 2.4 assists, 0.5 steals, 0.8 blocks, 61.9% from the field goals, and no, you know, he don't shoot threes, but 79% from the free throw line. You cannot tell me that he's not better at this point in comparison to where Mitchell Robinson was at the same point. Now, when you compare the two of them now, it's a little closer than you think. Yes, we know the shooting is atrocious. Mitch just can't get out of that shooting bag. But the only thing that I would say that Duren does better than Mitch is he's a better all-around rebounder. Mitch was starting to get better at this year before he got hurt, because he focuses a lot on offensive rebounds, and that takes timing and skill to do. But sometimes he's out of position with the defensive side of it, where he has to help and different things when it comes to defensive rebounding. But as we already talked about with Sha, with another great point, and Corey was going to say the same thing, the fact that we have such good perimeter defenders on this team now is going to allow Mitch to stay home. And if he can stay home, then rebounding numbers can go up as well. So, yeah, this is really interesting, man. And I don't see why, as fans of this team and the center position, why we wouldn't want a guy like Jaylen Duren. I definitely think you may not say he moves the needle, but he don't have to move the needle, because he's not going to be a focal point of our offense. He's going to be someone we can dump the ball down to when the defense is trying to collapse and take the ball out of other people's hands. He's going to be the cleanup guy that we need to help clean up things. That's what his role would be. And I think that he fits that role perfectly. So, Jay, what's your thoughts on Duren? I mean, you already said him, but, you know, real quick.
Yeah. All right, listen, real quick. I think this is the guy to go to. I think this is the team to go to as far as get the trades. Right? No, Danny Ainge, not a big rival. Nothing wrong with it. I don't think we would have to give up as much, not nearly as much. And let's not forget, this is a young man whose potential might not even been reached close to yet. And it becomes like you said, Tibbs is a what? A big man what? He's a whisperer?
Whisperer. That's right.
Right. That's right. So yes, I know we're not in the old days, and most big men shoot three. We don't need him to do that. He stays in his lane, he plays his game. He's get 14 and almost 12 boards. He'll end up getting maybe 2 blocks because Tibbs is a whisperer. I love this dude, and I would love him as a starter on our team. I've been saying it to a lot of people.
All right.
That's
I like that. That works. I'm going to go to Sha, and then I'm going to go to Corey because, I know where Corey's heart lies. So,
Yeah,
Sha.
Duren, out of all the names that I mentioned, is one of the guys that I would also like to see on the New York Knicks. Aggressive, strong, bully ball type of guy. Alternates on his rebounds. He's not just an offensive rebounder. He defensive rebounds. He's always in the passing lane, and he can pass the ball a little bit. He gets about 3, I think it's 3 or so. I forgot what the statute, but I think it was around 3 assists a game, which would get better because of the players that he's playing around. You know what I mean? He's a big guy that can look, big hands, strong. I think he would be a dominating force here in New York. No question about that. Yeah, about 3 assists a game. You know what I mean? About 2.5. Yeah, that's about 3. So with the players that he has around him, would make the team. And with this pick from him, we would still have Julius Randle. You know what I mean? So this here is a player that I think that could actually come here and really, really help out. And again, I've been running in the mud all day today, but to see Jalen, to see Duren here with OG Anunoby and Mikal Bridges on the wings is going to make this young man a much better player because I believe this year Mikal is going to have more assists to his game than he had in prior years because of the type of players that he's going to have around him. And if they get together on the court together, I believe that they can have a camaraderie like how RJ had it with Mitchell Robinson a little bit. You know what I mean? As he looked towards him to give him the alley oops or the cuts to the passes and stuff like that. So, and he sets solid screens. That's one of the big Knicks big things that they do is he sets solid screens, and him hitting a solid screen and diving to the basket will also give him opportunity with Jalen Brunson to throw it to his left hand so he can give him the alley-oop instead of going to the right and have to kick it out to the corner. So he is one of the guys other than Kessler's. It's one guy that I did like too. It was maybe a couple of weeks ago. Clint Capella. I like Clint Capella because of his style of basketball. He plays that same style of basketball of offense and defensive rebounding and can hit the shot. But this guy here, and he's young. Yeah, we get him here, and I think he, the extension for him wouldn't be that much, and I don't think we would have to give up as much as we would have to do for a Kessler or any of these other guys that we're talking about. We may have to give up Deuce for him. We may have to give up Base Dial for him. You may even have to give up Sims for him to go to Detroit. But would I rather him here to give up those guys? I hate to see Deuce go, but even if it's not Deuce, it would have to be Tyler Kolek. You know what I mean? I don't know if the Knicks really – I still think that Tyler Kolek may be a guy that may be a piece to a trade. You know what I mean? He is a young guy with that really hasn't played any basketball, but in the summer league, he really tore it up with the way he assists the basketball. And if he could get into one of these younger teams that don't have too much emphasis of winning right now, he could go into one of those teams and really be the foregoer for them for longevity on that team. So, I would hate to see Deuce go, but if we're getting this guy Duren here, I'm Deuce. I love you. I love that big 3-point shot that you shot in that clip for that guy to get that college degree in West Virginia. But you know, it is what it is.
Yeah. That's fair. I mean, listen, but the other thing too is before I get over to Corey, who says it's got to be? Well, no, it's going to probably have to be one of them. But who says it has to be Kolek? You know, if I mean, maybe depending on what we give up, maybe Detroit wouldn't mind having Campaign over there. Somebody who's a veteran who knows how to run a unit. And listen, Campaign is not washed up. We getting him in a situation where, remember, he's coming from Philadelphia where they got Tyrese Maxey.
Facts.
So and they had Kyle Lowry over there. So it's not like you could definitely give the minutes to Campaign the way he could deserve them, possibly because of the way he plays. But you put him on Detroit, I mean, they was trouting out what's his face that now is playing overseas because he can't be in the NBA. I forgot the young lefty's name. That
Oh my!
Yeah, I know you're talking about
he's Australian, whatever he is. I don't know. The European guy. Yeah.
First guy. What's his name?
What the hell? How we gonna forget his name? We were talking about.
We all got the old geezer syndrome right now. It's happening.
That's what it is. You ain't lying. Before you say, what was I gonna say? I forgot.
That's my cataract medicine.
Sorry, I'm stuck on Duren right now, and I can't even think about him.
Yeah, come on,
the
man.
Guy we had
y'all
2 years now that's been in the foreign leagues over there.
Yeah, y'all know who he is in the chat. Y'all know
Yeah,
the lefty kid that doesn't play no defense, but he could shoot the rock a little bit. But he even struggled in that. He was playing with Detroit for a few years now, running their offense to the point where he kind of lost his job, his starting job.
Who is it?
Man. I can't think of his name, man. It's right there. I see his face. Ugh.
Did he play?
Exactly. Everybody over here over 40, right?
Watch me.
Over 40.
I'm going to the roster right now. Watch me find it. By the time I find it, by the time I find it, it's in the chat.
How long ago did he run a rock in Detroit?
He was just
last year. It was just there last year.
This past year.
I know exactly.
There you go. You got it. Killian Hayes.
Thank you.
Hayes.
I knew y'all would get it. Yeah, Killian Hayes. Yeah, it's him.
I'm gonna go with Hayes. I'm gonna go with Killian Hayes.
That's a good guess, Jay.
Thank you. I appreciate it. It just came to me right now. It was just
Yeah. There you go. So my bad, Corey. What were you gonna say, brother?
Ooh, man, you put me in a tough position because I do like.
I know, man. That's why I saved you for last. I know how you feel.
You put me in a tough position, man. I mean, I will never hold up progress any day of my life. I loved RJ Barrett. Oh well, look what we got to replace that. I'm sorry, man. My heart broken, but yeah, I holler at you sometimes, twice a year, 4 times a year now. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. Definitely, I would. You know what I'm saying?
I hear you.
I get
it's
him.
hard not to, bro. It's hard not to.
No, I'll be a liar. I'll be a liar. That's one thing I wouldn't be. It'd be a tough breakup, though. You know what I'm saying? Because it's like, man, you know what I'm saying? But Danny Ainge, it's always your favorite child plus 2 other sons. You know what I'm saying? So, I'd rather deal with these cats. Detroit pretty square.
We got good history with Detroit. We got good rapport with. Well, that was when what's the dude from Detroit was there? I don't think he's
Perry.
No
Perry.
Perry. So whatever it is, we got a good rapport. We got a good rapport with Detroit.
Yeah, bro.
I've been talking about this to my friends for a long time now. I really think this kid is a difference maker for our team. I think he could be a major difference maker for our team.
I do.
And he's young, and I think that you could sign him. He's gonna stay. He's gonna fit. He's a solid kid.
To the point where you just said that he's young. That's a key too, guys. The fact that he is young, he can't really come into his own and command too much. You know what I mean? He got to fall in line. Whereas when you bring in an Anthony Davis or Karl Anthony Towns or these guys, like
they command
expect
so
a
much.
certain thing. You know what I mean?
Right.
So yeah,
Already making numbers.
I think we okay. I mean, if it happens, it happens. I hope they don't give
Yeah,
up
I
too much.
mean, listen,
For the
I
heck,
listen. I would hate to see Mitch go, but during okay,
Mm.
we'll see. Let's see
Yeah,
how this
yeah.
works.
Yeah. I'm with you. I'm with you on that. Shout out to the Cardiac Knicks in the building. Salute to you. Hey man, you late for the show, but you here, man. Hit that replay gang for whatever you missed. We had really good conversations today. It's been fantastic. And you might have missed some stuff if you missed, like Freezie was here and Jay Boogie was here. So yeah, Mets was here. We've been rocking. Lion of Judah in the building. Shalom, my brother. Hope you're doing good. He said, grand afternoon, my brother Ron in the panel, as well as the chat. Blessings to all, and hopefully your families, loved ones. Shalom. Same to you and yours, my brother.
Wrong.
Shout out to my guy Jay Cruz tuning in on X. Appreciate you. He said, only saying all this if they have to do any trade. Oh, this was from earlier. My bad, but I appreciate you. Thank you for being here. Bodega Wi-Fi in the building. What up, Bodega?
That's my bro.
Bodega.
Yeah, he was talking about Randle doing it first as far as taking less
We went to
money.
high school together.
Really? Oh, that's crazy.
That
That's
ass.
dope. That's dope.
That ass.
Shout out to Wacko in Brooklyn. Appreciate you, Wacko. Always good to see you. Randall 29, Mitch 15, Cat is 29. Stop us soon. Next. Okay, so you talking about how they can make. Okay, I got you. All right, Wacko. Good to see you. Appreciate you as always. All right. And I think I said what's up to my guy Travel Vibes earlier. Travel Vibes. If I didn't, I'm gonna say it again. Appreciate you, my brother. Also, shout out to Brahim in the building. What up, Brahim? I haven't seen you in a minute. Good to see you, bro. And I wanted to address one thing real quick because you wasn't here earlier to start the show, Brooklyn Butch. But we did talk about that because I know you're saying stuff about Duren. I already addressed it. I'm gonna say it again, and I'm gonna add one more piece to it. He said we should have just kept him. He's talking about Duren right now. We should have just kept him when we drafted him. It's a terrible business move. We gave him up for basically nothing. Now I already said why we did it. I already said why we did it. I'm gonna tell you one more thing. So if you wasn't here earlier, Brooklyn Butch, and you may know this or may not, or maybe you don't care because you never know. But the Knicks basically drafted him. It was, and it was a favor because the Knicks needed to get off of that Kemba Walker contract, not just because Kemba wasn't going to be here, but also because they needed to free up money because every piece of money they could come up with was going to be to give to Jalen Brunson. And when you look at this move, you always have to remember, I don't care how you look at it. You got to look at it one way. This move is what allowed us to get Jalen Brunson. Just keep that in mind. The captain of the Knicks, some might say the best player on this New York Knicks team. This move is what helped us get Jalen Brunson. That's what I want you to keep in mind. And the other thing I want you to keep in mind that I didn't mention before is, I'm not saying it's the only reason, but the reason why we drafted Jaylen Duren at 13 is because that's who Detroit wanted us to draft. They wanted Jaylen Duren. They took Kemba in the first round pick for us. We said, okay, with 13, we're going to take who you want and we'll send them to you. That was the trade. That was the move. So I just want you to know it wasn't for nothing. We did it because that was the quid pro quo,
That's
like
what
they like
we had
to say.
do.
Us a favor, we do you a favor.
It's called business.
Right.
That's what it was, bro.
That's another reason why I say we have good rapport with them, man. We have good rapport with them. Maybe we had it. Yeah, maybe we can slip back in, maybe work something else out. You know what I mean? All right.
Yeah, I don't know. Now
their
their president of basketball operations is the former Duke player Trajan Langdon, and he's not Joe Dumars. So I don't know.
Yeah, Joe Dumars. That's what I was talking about. Joe Dumars.
Yeah. Shout out to Jet Life for Life in the building. What up, my brother? He says, salute Ron, salute Sha. Appreciate you, bro. Good to see you as always. Okay, now let's get to this. This is pretty much the last thing I wanted to touch on because, like I said, every week there's more news about the young man. And now I'm reading it because it's just something to keep in mind. This is more like Homer news because who it's coming from, you'll see when I bring it up. All right. And that is Mr. Tyler Kolek. All right. So now This is article in the New York Post, right? That's about Tyler Kolek, and this is coming from Mr. Correa. Hold on, where is his first name? Hold on. You might see it on the screen. Y'all can read it, but I'm going to read it for you in a second. If I could just find his freaking first name. I don't know. I think I might have dropped down. Did I drop the original article? I think I did. Crap. Because sometimes, you know, when you this was like yesterday when I was looking at it. So when you go a day, the articles shift and they get updated. So then it's harder to find the original article you were looking at. Here we go. His name is Nick Correa. Okay. Nick Correa is the trainer that is working with Tyler Kolek. And he has you know, been working with Tyler Kolek for quite some time, right? And so this is what he had to say. He said that you know, Correa basically made a bold prediction in a profile pinned by Stefan Bondi of the New York Post, one that should enthuse any Knicks fan concerned about homegrown talent amidst several veteran you know, acquisitions from abroad. Tyler can play with anyone. He can play with Dante DiVincenzo. He can play with Jalen Brunson. He can do so many different things that I just see him being an X factor that people don't realize, Correa said. In big game situations is when he's at his best. That kid is going to play with energy like John Starks. Let me drop this down. That kid is going to play with energy like John Starks did in the 90s. Spike Lee is going to have a Tyler Kolek jersey in rotation. So he's basically, what he's trying to tell you is Tyler Kolek has skills to be a very effective and efficient contributor to this New York Knicks team. And when the big moments happen, Tyler Kolek rises to the occasion in big moments. In actuality, he's basically trying to tell you he gets even better in big moments. And I say this once again, guys, because I know we know Tibbs's track record. We know how this organization is run. And we also know that Tyler Kolek isn't, you know, a great defender. But with everything we keep hearing about him, with the fact that Tibbs believes he might be the, you know, the steal of the draft, with the fact that they're paying him the most money they've ever given to a second-round player in NBA history, still think somehow Tyler Kolek is going to be a part of this team, guys. And I also do think that because of this, he is definitely someone that is a high-value trade commodity that everybody might start asking for. So, yeah, Tyler Kolek looks very interesting to me, guys. What's your thoughts on Tyler Kolek? Jay, let's start with you.
I think I've been watching him for a while, and let me tell you something. He's a special talent. He's a real special talent. And, you know, having a homegrown talent that's and he's coming to a team that is run by a very special talent at his same position. Love you. Let's go next, brother. That was my son.
Oh,
all right.
nice.
Yeah. Be safe. He's coming to a team. He's on a team where the people that play the positions that he play excel at a very high level, and he excelled at a very high level. Forget summer league. He was amazing. He was amazing in college, and then he went to summer league, and he looked like a man amongst boys in a lot of the games. He's a great shot. He could create his own shot. He creates a lot of other people's shots. He's great on the you remember how Nash used to how he would go under the basket, come back from under the basket, draw everybody to the basket, and then while everybody's coming back out, would hit Stoudemire while he was heading back in. Kolek plays like that. He plays very methodical. I believe he's a lefty, right? Is he? Right. I believe he's a lefty, which really works out because a lot of I believe, Brunson's ambidextrous. That's just my opinion. He plays with both really well, and he can learn so much from Brunson, and he is an unbelievable talent. I do not want to see him in any trade. Because I do not want to see him in any trade. And I know it's not the most famous take, but if I had to put Deuce or Kolek up for a trade, first of all, right now Deuce has, well, it's debatable. I was gonna say Deuce has more value, maybe because of his years, but this Kolek kid is special. Is special, and to your points earlier, the game has changed a lot, and he has fit the mold to the new style of what today's game is. You know, I think he would average, just off the bench. He would average 5 assists if he got to play, 6 assists off the bench by himself. So
I like him. Okay. I know. I mean, I think that's fair. And as I get over to everybody else to get their take, I just wanted to say, I mean, the chat is up in arms about this one because Kolek is going to be controversial because Kolek doesn't fit the normal defensive mold of Thibodeau type players. Yet Thibodeau sounds like he's a Thibodeau type player. He's a different style of player, but you know, we'll see what happens. And some people are saying Kolek needs to prove it first. That's fair. Everybody's got to run the gambit and go through it. Knicks will be 2025-26 champ, says Kolek will do all of those things stated, just not this season. That's probably fair. He may not get the opportunity to really get into things this season. You know, the other thing I wanted to say, and I mean, I guess we could all think about it. This may be the case, and I hate to say it, but it's another thing in reference to Deuce. I like Deuce's game, man. I like the fact that Deuce has gotten better and worked on his offensive game and that shot. And I like what he adds on the defensive end. But the only other thing that kind of puts Deuce in a position where he could be expendable is that we added Mikal Bridges. He is another defender that we didn't have. So it can kind of cancel out what Deuce brings to the team. You know what I mean? We already got to find minutes for Deuce right now. But then you think, oh, man, are we going to lose out on that defense that Deuce brings? Not when you added Mikal Bridges. You know what I mean? So that's just one of those things. It's like, it's a little iffy. I feel Deuce is just in a bad spot, man. Somehow Deuce always gets the short end of the stick with regards to this Knicks team. Even when he works on his game and gets better, because we're going for it. Now we've added another really good defender. And, you know, I don't care what you say. Deuce is a solid defender, but he's not Mikal Bridges good defensively. Like Mikal Bridges is a very solid defender. And Deuce can be that way, but Mikal's already that guy.
Right.
So it's just tough.
Yeah, I agree with you, but I also think that they wouldn't have brought in Payne and Kolek if they really truly believed that Deuce was a part of the future of this team. And I don't know, it's just a feeling I've been having for a while. I think Deuce is part of the package that they're waiting on. I
think that's real, bro. I think that's very real, and I think there's no way around it. I think definitely they know that Deuce is somebody that teams have been asking about. Deuce makes a amount of money that fits a lot of trades. Like when you need to add another piece to a trade, Deuce makes that type of money, and it just is what it is. They're just trying to cover themselves just in case. But the other thing too is if you do love Deuce and you want to give the kid a shot, if Deuce comes out and he's shooting 41% from three again or 40% from three, maybe you don't let him go, but you have to see if he can repeat this stuff, right? Because the other thing is Deuce could come out and and not shoot even close to 40%. He might shoot back, and like people regress. You never know. Although the fact that he hit that West Virginia shot and he got this kid tuition, I don't know. Deuce might be right now. Anyway, let me get over to Corey. Corey, your thoughts on Kolek and this whole thing we're talking about?
It would be just my luck in my life. Once again, we got a gluttony at guards, and we got to figure out how to win with them. And what I mean by that is, when I was coming up, we had Mark Jackson and we had Rod Strickland. But this time, things are different. So, but as far as Kolek, you know, if we can hold on to this young man, or if he might be a part of something moving on further, who knows? But I look forward to having him. I would like to see what he can do. He impressed me. He really did. Him and Joker Bodies impressed me in the summer league.
Very good point.
And like to me, the jury's still out because it doesn't matter until when when the lights is on. You know, what I'm saying the guard is rolling and everybody's out there screaming at you on that court. You know what I'm saying? Was it 19,000 the Garden Hose? Man, when them lights on, that's when you step out there and you're a point guard or a guard or a combo guard, then I want to see you perform and do your thing. And until they do that, oh well, I still rock with Deuce. But the only issue I have with Deuce is Deuce, bro, you gotta learn how to run the offense. You can't run the offense. You know what I'm saying? You really can't help me. You know what I'm saying? That was my biggest issue with Deuce this year. And if he can improve on that part of his game, you know, my man it's gonna be a tough out. You know what I'm saying? This training camp is gonna be one of the most interesting training camps ever.
Yeah,
You know,
you're right. I hear you. And shout out to Prezi the boss. He said, please stop with the Deuce talk. There's a thing called insurance and also building for the future. Yes, we can always get better so people are on the team as trade pieces, but Deuce is one of Tibbs' sons. I mean, that's fair. And I think Tibbs loves Deuce. I really do think he really cares for the young man. And I think Deuce fits
I love
the
Mitchell
team
Robinson.
Yeah. But the other thing, there's one other thing that I wanted to say that because this is the Knicks have a lot of pressure on them as an organization and as players trying to do something that they haven't done in 50 years, right? Over 50 now. And so these things have to work out. The front office is going to look at everything that's going
years.
on. Yeah, well, there you go,
50.
to be exact. The one thing that they're going to have to look at is when the bench mob comes in there and Deuce gets in the game, if that bench mob doesn't look like it's flowing correctly, or Deuce is not getting guys to the spots and getting guys open, and moving the ball, if it looks stagnant, and I'm not talking when Brunson's on the court, you know, but I'm saying if Brunson's off the court, if they don't look like they have some continuity, that's going to play against Deuce. That's going to show the reason why they drafted Kolek and brought in a campaign as extra insurance and depth is to have someone who can help facilitate the offense. Because we've seen the Knicks offense in the past, whether it be starters or bench, sometimes we've been stagnant. They're just standing around looking at each other. The ball's not moving. And the bench unit especially. And that's what I'm trying to say. I'm not knocking Deuce, guys. I'm going to say this again because some people, when you say stuff, they take it the wrong way. I like Deuce. I like his game. I like his defense. I like his offensive game, what he's turned into. But doesn't mean I think he's a facilitator. That doesn't mean I think he's a point guard. He's off guard to me. But if they're using him in the point guard spot and the Knicks don't look good or comfortable out there and they're not moving the ball and they're not capitalizing, because, you know, we should be capitalizing. We have one of the best benches in the league. If we don't look like it, that's going to fall back on Deuce. That's all I'm saying. Just keep that in mind. That's all I'm saying. Sha, what's your thoughts, brother?
Kolek, all right. For what it's worth, Kolek, I believe, is going to be a great player in this league. And what he has already been through, being a 4-year guy in college, playing stellar basketball in the summer league and stuff like that. But I think Kolek may be a young piece that a Detroit team may be looking for. You know what I mean? Because my trade to get Duren is for, I don't think they want Deuce. I don't think Detroit wants Duce McBride. And I mean, I think they would rather take Tyler Kolek, someone that can control the basketball, like we're talking about, being a point guard, instead of being a a two guard in a point guard's body. So I think they would more so look for Tyler to be the guy that they want to move. With him being here, it's going to be hard to see what he can really do. Only way that we'll see him really excel this year is if one of the backup guys gets hurt, or knock on wood, I ain't even gonna say his name, but if someone else in front of the backup guard gets hurt, and that's, I believe, the only way, unless we do, like, I think we're going to do that 11-man rotation where we're beating teams up in the beginning and we could play our second and third units a little bit more to keep our starting unit a little more fresh. Then I can see him getting some minutes here on the Knicks because he has a great eye. He sees the court. He can pass the basketball. He can create his own shot. He's a pretty decent three-point shooter. So those things are going to fare well with him, and he's going to be playing behind Jalen Brunson, someone like him style of basketball. They compared him to the guy on the Pacers. Was it the Pacers? I forget his name. But he said himself that
TJ McCollum.
TJ McCullough, thank you. He said about himself that he more in the style of a Jalen Brunson. Yes. So who would he fare better under to follow behind is a Jalen Brunson style of basketball, left-handed, both know how to pass the basketball, can score the basketball. So I would love to see him here. But if we're trying to compare if in a trade that's going to happen or something like that, I believe, in my opinion, I think that a team would want someone more like a Tyler Kolek more so than Duce McBride. So if they're looking to make a trade for like a Duren, I think they would ask more for a young player that hasn't really showed his uspa yet, and to come over to Detroit and really play that basketball, that assist in the basketball.
I like that.
You know what I mean? Yeah, I think he would fit more than they would want Duce McBride, even for the contract purposes or the money purposes, because Kolek just signed about just as much as Duce McBride almost, and this year, maybe a couple of 100,000 less or whatever. So I think that a team would want Tyler Kolek more than they would want Duce McBride. So I would love to see what he could do. And like I said, the 11-man rotation that I think the Knicks can do this year, I think he would be part of it. But if we're looking to get someone like Duren, I think he is one of the first people that they ask for, I believe, in my opinion.
I think you're right. And then that's what I think is interesting to me, is because, I mean, we can't have everything. It is what it is. We got Jalen Brunson, we got other players, so I get it. Let's not be greedy. If we have something that doesn't really fit or is not going to get the type of play that you would think it needs, right? A player that needs that type of play that's not going to get it, then sometimes you gotta, use those assets to make the sum of all parts better. But there's a reason why other teams want Kolek.
One more quick point.
Mm-hmm.
And as we've seen how Duce maturation has changed from being in the G League to last year being in the NBA, who's to say that Duce McBride doesn't come in this year and have a more go to the basket type of game, or more a game that can portray him as being a more of a pass first type of player than an automatic shooter like he was last year. He has evolved from, remember the times when we said, oh, Duce McBride 30 points in the G League, we need to see him do that in the NBA. He did that last year. And he did it very effective last year. And the only thing that he needs to do that everybody is talking about is to have control of the basketball. Who's to say that he hasn't picked some of them skills up this year in the offseason to propel him this year in control of the basketball in the second unit with DiVincenzo and Josh Hart. And I mean, those three guys in the backcourt, and coming off our bench, Duce McBride, Josh Hart, and DiVincenzo, those guys are all almost around 40% three-point shooters as well. To compare them and put maybe a Precious and somebody else with them or something like that, that is the thing that everyone talks about, and I also feel the same way about Duce McBride. Dang, I hope this year that he can have a more get the ball, and that first step is a little quicker than it was last year. If he can get that into his game this year, where he could penetrate a little bit. We've seen it sporadically last year when he make a move and the guy fall onto the thing and he dives to the rim and dunking on somebody. We've seen that last year, but it wasn't, I don't want to say as much as we all wanted to see, but it's something to look forward to coming into this year, because he may be with this team, the camaraderie that all of us talk about, he may address that issue and be a better player this year as well.
Yeah, listen, Sha, you are making more good points once again, and it's fair. The only thing that we don't know, it's all about the team that you're dealing with and what they want. Because let's not forget, we don't know what Detroit. First off, we talk about all this stuff, but people have said it in the past. Even Freezie said it on his show, and other people have. Who's to say that Detroit even wants to trade Duren? Yeah, the Knicks would like a player like him. That don't mean Detroit wants to give him up at all. We just, the narratives go out there like this person might be available. This person, we want this guy. They want this. Like, we don't know what's real. Detroit may not want to trade Duren at all. But the point is, if they did, let's not forget the type of team they're putting together. Let's not forget they already invested a top pick in a guy named Jaden Ivey. But one thing we know about Jaden Ivey, he's still inconsistent. He's still learning how to play in the NBA, and hopefully he can get to where his skill dictates. But he's also not a defender, right? So I'm just playing devil's advocate.
Also, you forget the elephant in the room, Cade Cunningham.
Oh no, I didn't forget Cade. So my whole thing is, and you beat me to it. So my whole thing is with a guy like Jaden Ivey, right? He don't play no defense really, right? His game is offensive, and he needs to learn how to work on that. But having a guy like him, right? Having a guy like Cade Cunningham, does Tyler Kolek really fit what their needs are, or does somebody like Deuce fit what they could use because they need defense at that guard position? You know what I mean? So that's what I'm just saying. Like, it's all about what the team needs that is actually looking to make the trade. And once again, this is all hypothetical because I've heard, and then apparently people in Detroit are like, nobody said we traded Duren to nobody. Like it's a Nick thing. So just throwing that out there.
I was waiting for Sha to finish.
For clicks thing.
Right.
I was waiting for Sha to finish. I just wanted to add that you actually said what I want to say is that they've been trying to build Ivy up as a guard. So if Kolek comes in, for them to get Kolek with only, and he plays really, really well, then they wasted their trade because now Ivy becomes a bench player and Deuce would do what, I'm not saying he'd get the numbers that quickly would get that when he went to Toronto, but he'd have the opportunity to show what he could do if he got traded and played the two guard with Ivy, and Kolek wouldn't have. It would be more of a battle if Kolek was traded. So, and I think they would. I think they would want Deuce, seeing that the way he played down the stretch with us, especially when our players were hurt, especially when he had to take over. He definitely showed that he could take the heat in New York. And you're right. Maybe Detroit doesn't want to do that, but Mitch. And let me ask you guys a question, if it's all right. We still have their pick, right?
Right.
Don't we still have Detroit's third pick or something like that?
Yeah.
So let me ask you a question.
It won't be that high for us, but yes, we still got the rights to that pick.
Right. So would you be willing, because I really like this kid a lot. He's young, he's bulky, he's strong, and his ability to grow is we don't know. Mitch, we've seen what we got with Mitch, and I love Mitch too. But would you trade Mitch and that pick back and maybe Deuce to pick up this young man? Because I really believe we need a strong center.
Might be too much money though. Mitch make about 14. So you're talking about giving them 7 Deuce. Mitch and Deuce is that's 17, 18 million or something like that, somewhere around those numbers. I think that might be too much to give up.
Oh, my phone died, I think. God bless you guys.
All right.
All right, brother.
Jay.
All right.
Yeah, I mean, I think you already hit the nail on the head, Sha. The money is
It ain't
is a
matching.
big issue. But like I said, I mean, I don't know that Duren is even actually really on the market. A lot of people are I see Paris is saying it too. Kolek is trade bait. But the whole thing is, I don't care either way. I just want this Knicks team to be good. I don't have an allegiance to Kolek. Do I like the kid's game? Do I want to see him blossom here? Yeah, who wouldn't? But if he moves, he moves. But the other thing is, like, if people are inquiring and everybody wants Kolek, how does that make you feel? Do you want to let him go when everybody wants him for a reason, when they know the same thing you know? So, like, just keep it in mind. I'm just throwing that out there. But I wouldn't go too crazy about it. The Knicks are going to do what makes sense for the Knicks. You know what I mean? They'll let it play out. But the other thing too is they're going to want to continue to make sure that people have the right value. You don't want to trade somebody too soon before knowing what you need. And then you also want to make sure guys can continue to have that same level of value, so that way we can get our best return for them. So yeah, man, that's pretty much what I got. And I also want to shout out my brother. Haven't seen him in a minute. Good to see you, bro. Don't let him fool you. Oh, no. Stafford died in the building. What up, Stafford?
Good to see you
What?
back, Staff.
You know what I mean?
Word up.
What's
You
up,
better get on
Staff?
that replay game, Stafford. Miss you, bro. Hope you're doing okay. Yeah, and shout out to Darren Hood in the building. What up, Darren? Good to see you. Thanks for being here. Yeah, no, I mean, let's give him some time to adjust. He says, I think it's too early to say Kolek is good. Let's give him some time to adjust. That's fair. But all I can say is, when guys around the league are talking about the young man like he might have something special, we just got to give it some time to see what it looks like. When you're hearing promising things from Tom Thibodeau, who is a pure defensive coach, understands the game, that's a good thing to look at and say, you know what, maybe there's something there. That's pretty much what I got, man. That's it. We're going to talk about this. This conversation is going to continue as long as the Knicks still need a backup center. We're going to continue to talk about these guys. And I see, David Smith mentioned a guy like Nurkic. Maybe that's somebody we talk about on next week's show, because I don't think the Knicks are going to address this situation yet. So I'll pull up some numbers for Nurkic on next week's show. We'll probably talk about him then, as well as other people that might present themselves. So we'll see. But let me get around to my guys for final words. Wait 1 second. Before I do, I did see that Prezi had asked a question. Prezi, he said, Ron, do you believe Ragu or Hart are facilitators? Honestly, I want to say no, right? And this is why I want to say no. I do think that Hart and DiVincenzo can both pass the ball, right? But to me, a facilitator is someone who is comfortable with the 3Ds, dribble, drive, and dish. Someone who not only can pass the ball, but can pass you open. You know what I mean? That's what a facilitator is to me. A guy who can make your life easier out there in the court. And don't get me wrong, they both Ragu and Hart have moments where they're like, "Oh wow, did you see that pass?" But Ragu is a shooter now. You know what I mean? He can pass the ball, but doesn't mean he's a facilitator. And then Josh Hart, we've seen as many great
Triple
plays
double.
as Josh Hart has made passing the ball. We've also seen Josh Hart throw that ball away.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't necessarily say he's a facilitator. Halliburton is a facilitator, right? Brunson at times can be a facilitator. He just, unfortunately, he's needed to do so much and score so much for us that he can't
facilitates
that way. But believe me, Brunson is a facilitator. He just sometimes gets his roles confused, and so he can't really think that way. Because before, and I've said this before, I'm just being quick about it. I saw Brunson when he was the backup with Dallas. And when he came into the Garden and he was passing guys open, I'm like, man, he's laying that up for them nicely. Like, he knows how to do it. It's just that's not his focus anymore. He's becoming a different person, a different player, and we need him to be who he's becoming. So just want to throw that out there. There's that, because it ain't easy to get 12 plus assists in a game or 13 assists in a game, but we've seen Brunson do it with no problem.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So let me just get around final words. Corey, your final thoughts. What's going on, my brother?
Well, I'm just gonna say this. Let Leon be Leon. At the end of the day, he's gonna figure it out better than we can. He knows what's best for the Knicks, as well as Tibbs. They've been locked in. This is their final year of their contract, so they're not re-signed. So think about that.
I agree.
So it's a prove-it deal for them now. I gave you everything you got. Whatever else you need, throw it in at the end. If I can make it happen, I'm shake it in. Like your mama throwing that little dash of black pepper or salt in a pot. You understand what I'm saying? It is what it is. So I look forward to it. I'm very excited. You know what I'm saying? I look forward, you know what I'm saying? Being out there in Charlotte, you know what I'm saying, with my peoples. Let's go Knicks. That's all I can say. I mean, nothing crazy.
No, I hear
but
that.
The butcher is coming though.
The butcher is coming. Shout out to Old Head. Appreciate you, Old Head. Salute to you, my brother. As always, says Brunson's assist will go up with a healthy Randle, McCallum, OG plus Dante. Facts. Shout out to G Robinson in the building. Salute to you, G. He said Kolek was a Tibbs pick. I don't think he will be first on the trade list. Hey, you never know. You might be right. And also, shout out to G Man 78 in the building. I don't know if I said what's up to you. Shout out to you, my guy. Appreciate you. Salute. And yeah. Salute. Sha, final words, my brother.
Yeah, man. It's good to come on and just talk about the team that we love. And I appreciate coming on when I can with you, Ron. I appreciate seeing people like Corey Lee on and Jay and Jay Boogie and Freezie today and Knicks Mets. I enjoy stuff like this because we get to talk about the team that we love. Whatever the Knicks decide to do, whenever the trade deadline starts and all that stuff, let's just play it out and see what happens. If the Knicks going to make a move, well, they're definitely going to make a move before training camp comes. So and it's ramping up. That's maybe 2 weeks away or something like that. What's this? The first day of September. So middle of this month, the training camp starts. So by then, hopefully, if they're going to make a trade or if they're going to make a move, by that time they'll have whoever they're going to have in there to get themselves some reps in on the court with the team that they're going to go forward with this year. With that being said, man, I'm happy what the Knicks do. I'm happy to talk Knicks about Knicks stuff with my Knicks peoples and stuff like that. And let me say this too. Jalen Brunson and Josh Hart is doing one of their podcasts in Central Park. And me and Devon is going to be there. You know what I mean? So if anybody's going out there, something like that, I think it's next week. I think it's next Saturday. If anybody's out there, if you got me on Facebook or Instagram or X or whichever one, and you plan on going out there, just leave me a text, leave me a chat, and we'll link up out there. We're going to go out there, do some things, try to get some content going on out there and get some pictures being done. But with that being said, let's go Knicks.
Yeah. No, that's dope. That's going to be the Roommates live podcast that's going to be out there at Central Park. So that should be pretty dope. That's fire that you guys are going. Enjoy that. Definitely represent.
Get there early, bro.
You're already. You're already.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you to everybody tuned in today. Appreciate you guys. Please smash that like button if you haven't already done so for the show. We are currently at 85 likes. We got 78 watching, so the numbers add up. Appreciate you guys. If anybody's tuned in late, Replay Gang is here. Oh man, 1 second.
I gotta do this real quick. Pew pew. All right, pew, pew. I had to do that for you. Pew, 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 pew.
Very nice. Very nice. 1 second. Right back after this message. Oh, my fault, guys. I just. They not like you ain't ready. You just ain't ready. That's all. Look, I'm not gonna judge you because you can't do it. It's fine. Not everybody can. Just be there to support, man. Stop the hate. Congratulate. What you doing? They're not like us. They're not like us. We are the Knicks. We are the Knicks. Oh, my bad. Okay. I never know when you guys are there. You guys always catch me off guard when I'm in my own element. Oh. Okay, I'm back. I'm sorry.
You crazy, bro.
My fault.
You crazy, man.
Wiz is on every last one of those dance moves. I'm surprised Wiz ain't in. He might just pop on just to say something.
What?
I'm surprised Wiz ain't on. He's seen that. I'm surprised he ain't texting right now.
Boy, he lighting your phone up.
Hey, man, sometimes you need a little something to break the monotony. You know what I mean?
No doubt, man. Because I'll tell you, Knicks fans, I'm saying one more thing. Knicks fans, the closer we get, the more stories you're going to hear, more outlandish things are going to get for a minute. You just got to just sit here and, like they used to say to me in the Army, rock steady. You know what I'm saying? Pay attention to the most important thing, what we're not doing. We're not panicking.
Yeah.
Fact.
So we don't need to jump out the window because we have to address the situation. Leon Rose has been playing this game now, what, four, almost 5 years? You know what I'm saying? I'm pretty sure he's figured it out. You know what I'm saying? Now it's just time for him. Just allow him to do his job and just let us be fans and get the hell out the way.
Agreed. Yeah, no, I'm with that. We're gonna be all right, guys. I know we're talking, but we're talking from a position of greatness right now. We're in a very powerful position to talk like this about a team that has a chance to shock the world, have a really good regular season, go into the playoffs, and who knows what's going to happen once we get this. Barring we stay healthy, we can do some really fantastic things, man. Fantastic things. So I just want to thank everybody once again. Thank Mets for being here. Thanks to Jay Boogie for rocking. Thanks to my guy Uncle Freezie from Blowing Tears. Thank you to Jay, the chosen one, for being here. His first time on the panel. Appreciate you, my brother. Shout out to my brother Sha from Knicks Real Talk. Thank you, my brother. Appreciate you wholeheartedly, my guy Corey Lee, the 718 boys. Appreciate you, man. I think I got everybody. I hope I didn't miss anybody.
Shout out to my brother Bully.
Yes, salute to Bully, and appreciate everybody in the chat. Thank you guys for being here and rocking. It was really nice.
Oh, and the big dog Divine.
Yes, always Divine. And also shout out to my guy Stafford Don for making an appearance, man. Stafford, we miss you out here in these community streets, so I'm glad you popped in, bro. Yeah, man, we're gonna go from there. That's pretty much what I got. So let's just hope that the Knicks figure it out, man. Let's just hope they continue to stay on cloud nine with this high that all of the fans are on. They continue to impress us with what they got going on. As I always say, tell a friend who tells a friend who tells another friend. Still Knicks fans. We'll be back again, whether it be on Saturdays at 11:30 ish for Know the Ledge, who knows what's going to happen? Maybe eventually I'm going to have to talk some people off the ledge, but you guys have been great, man. So everybody's been pretty level-headed. We'll see what happens, whether it be on Monday nights for SKF Weekly at 9 p.m. With my brother John and my brother Jose, as we continue to give you more of that Knicks content that you enjoy. Or if it's going to be in the middle of the week, whatever we do, whatever programming, whether it be nothing but Knicks programming, whatever we got going on, please continue to support. On our road to 3K, we are at 2,890. No, 2,000. Where are we? Let me see. 2,891 subscribers right now on the road to 3K. So please, like I said, tell everyone who you think might be interested in supporting and being part of the SKF army that we have going on, man. Appreciate all you guys. Yeah, that's pretty much it, guys. Once again, another great show. I'm happy to be here to chop it up with you on a Saturday. I wouldn't want to be anywhere else. So appreciate you guys once again, man. So yep, take care. Have a great rest of your Saturday. Oh yes,
Sha Powers is on Instagram. I don't know how the handle goes, but Sha Powers Instagram, Sha Powers X, Twitter, whatever you want to call it. Same thing for everything else. So I don't know how to do the handles. I know I got one, but I'll use it only through next season. That's to put out information.
That's okay. You got some time.
Sha Powers. I think it's Sha Powers 13. But look up Sha Powers. My face is up there. You can't miss me. Only difference is I think I got on a Yankees hat in that picture instead of a Knicks hat.
No, you good, man. And you got time to learn and get your handles comfortable and all that good stuff. Oh man, I forgot to play this right after Deuce hit that shot.
Deuce to the trade.
Yeah, I can't wait to see more of that, man. Anyway, once again, happy birthday to the captain, Mr. Jaylen Brunson. We appreciate you. Thank you for
Virgo's in the building.
That's right.
My birthday be here Monday.
Oh, okay. Well, happy early birthday to you, but we'll see if we can holla and make sure we give you a real birthday salute. And also, once again, RIP to the legend, the one and only Mr. Fat Man Scoop. Appreciate you, Fat Man Scoop. Yeah, man. Yeah. So I think that's it, guys. We out of here. Take care. Enjoy the rest of your Saturday.
Peace, God.
Peace.